All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan. In the Fan Sports Network. Hello. Happy Tuesday, everybody.
What is happening?
Nice to see you. How was the weekend?
It was delightful. Not a 4-day weekend like you bastard. How was that, huh? Nice little 4-dayer, little package around a holiday day off.
Well, don't worry. You can text me this week when you're out for Thursday golf.
Hey, how was that? I'll take Fridays off around here. It was great, dude. It was a great little weekend. A little rain yesterday. Kind of put a little damper on the Memorial Day festivities, but we needed it. You know, we're old and we say that now. We need a little rain.
Yeah, probably because I was out at the coast. By Monday, I was like totally good not having good weather.
I was kind of exhausted by the time the day it rolled around yesterday when it started raining, so it was kind of nice. He woke up from his nap, Teddy ball game, second half of the day, and it's like, sorry, dude, it's raining. We're not going outside. We're gonna hang inside, all right? Let's be low key here for a couple hours. Dad's tired. We've been running around the last 3 days. I'm ready for like 3 hour. Let's just hang out, veg out on the couch, okay?
Yeah. So that's all you guys did, just hang out all weekend.
Yeah. Yesterday we did. Yeah. The other days we were around seeing family. We're watching my parents' dog right now, so we're out and about walking the dogs. Got a couple of them around. Nothing really too big, though, over the weekend. We didn't do any. Went to IKEA. We did that. That was fun, walking around IKEA.
God, your life.
Looking at dressers.
Sounds so exciting.
He's Frank the Tank all of a sudden.
It's great.
It's over.
What did we do yesterday morning? We went to IKEA. Yeah, walked around. That's cool.
Don't go to a restaurant. You'll be wondering, what kind of underwear is that woman wearing?
Could be, is it a thong? Is it something cool I've never seen before? Is it laced? Is it red? Is it yellow? I don't know. I got that. The pressure pack, can we go to IKEA hints all weekend? And finally I'm like, yeah, it's fine. We could go. I'll use up half my Monday. Let's go to IKEA. But I did go to Golf Galaxy afterwards. I was like, if we're going to IKEA, I'm popping into Golf Galaxy.
What was the critical item or items or
what does
thing in the
IKEA
house
provide that a store doesn't around your house?
Necessary?
Got to look for dressers for the nursery, folks. We got to look at dressers for the nursery.
Why not go to a thrift store, spend significantly
don't
less?
You have
you
one?
Want to text that to my wife? It'd be great.
And then redo it, revamp it, bring it back to life.
Why don't you fire that one off? See how that one gets handled.
You're doing
float that one up in the air like I haven't done that 15 times. Do we need a new dresser? No, we don't. But that's where we're at yesterday. Let's go look at dressers at IKEA.
So you're doing a new nursery?
You know what, Swag? I don't want to talk about it right now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't want to talk about it right now.
Now, is your house a 2-bedroom?
This is the summer of dirt. Okay, I got some runway. I played golf on Friday. Forgot to mention that. All right, I got a kid-free day coming Friday night. I'm excited about that. We have an extra room for the kids. Not big, but we have an extra room for the nursery.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a little bonus, smaller room. It works fine for a kid. They'll be all right.
All right.
So that's the challenge. Is it's a smaller room. We got to find a dresser that properly fits the smaller room.
See, I would have thought you would have had all the nursery stuff for the one on the way, and then Teddy Ballgame gets new
stuff.
Toddler.
Well, that's my hope. I'm not buying
a big
crib.
boy bed.
Yeah, I'm not buying a crib yet because that's my whole thing of what if he's not sleeping in his crib anymore by the time the new kid's born?
Yeah.
Why? Then we have to. We don't
That's
need
a boy crib. You need.
Well, they're both boys.
Well, you need a different boy crib.
A new boy crib, right?
One boy crib, different boy crib.
Got to have 2 boy cribs.
I mean,
because
she's gonna come up with that logic.
I'm like, hey, this thing's not coming around until October, right? I get that we need to plan. I know that we need to,
exactly.
There are balls that we can put in motion here. I'm totally acknowledging of that. It's also still May. We have a little bit of time to figure this all out.
Yeah.
Like if you want to paint the nursery now,
right.
That I get.
Sure.
No, I kind of get it.
Good. I can open all the windows, air it out.
I kind of get it. It's May. Before you know it, it's September.
It's gonna be May.
It's June in like a week.
Yeah, then there's all of June.
Yeah.
But
and then
June,
there's all of July,
August, September. Oh my God.
And then there's all of August.
Labor.
And then there's all of September.
You got to get it done now. I totally get it.
Got to do it right now.
I totally get it.
You do need to have it done by Labor Day.
That is true. That I know. I need to have everything done.
If you have projects to do on the weekend during football season,
it's not happening.
There's a problem.
It needs to be done by Labor Day. I acknowledge that. That's my internal clock, but even then, we still have 4 months.
You are going to be a fascinating co-host in end of November.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool.
I don't know where you're going to be. What did you see? What did you not see? Monday Night Football.
What?
We're in bed by 7.
What are you talking about? Sleep? What is sleep? I haven't had it in months. Oh, I got to wake up at 4 a.m. Cool. This is going to be great.
Yeah, the new furniture thing is interesting because we have convinced ourselves we need to buy
Stuff. We need more stuff.
the dresser that takes, and it's frustrating to put together, that's only just going to break easier.
Probably, yep.
Yeah.
Versus going to the thrift store that's probably a mile from your house.
Paint it white.
Paint it a new color,
Call
give
it
it
a
new
day.
knobs, and be like, oh my God, that looks brand new.
Call it a day right there.
And it's real wood.
To make it even better, my parents have an old dresser that they're not using
There you go.
that would actually fit into the room, too. Now, we didn't buy one yesterday, so I'm not giving up hope.
You went to IKEA, didn't
Just to
get
look.
anything?
Just to look, buddy. Just to look. I'm like, we're not buying this right now.
We
I'm
don't
not
go to
doing
IKEA
it.
until it's purchase day.
Nah.
You look on the website.
They have a website.
Yeah.
I was not going to hear the end of this, so I said, fine, we'll go.
Are they still printing those 800-page catalogs?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Okay.
I did buy some frozen meatballs, though. We had those for dinner
there
last
you go.
night.
You
They're
went to
frozen.
IKEA and didn't buy the furniture?
We got a different rug. We got a rug for another room that, that we definitely needed, and then bought some meatballs. That was my Monday
You live
morning.
a little closer to IKEA
Yeah.
than I do.
Oh, it was a 25-minute
but
drive.
it still sucks to
Yeah.
commute out there.
I bought Teddy Ballgame a new golf club, though, so that was kind of cool. That was the highlight of the day. We went into Golf Galaxy, and he was pulling down $400 drivers, and I'm like, dude, no, we're putting that back. I'm not paying for that bad boy.
Baby Scotty.
Baby
Can we go
Scotty.
Baby Scotty?
Baby Scotty's ready to go. This is my only hope. This is my future. These are my dreams, okay? They're all on you, Teddy. Don't let me down. We're going to the PGA Tour.
That's right. Have him still watching Blades Brown.
Yeah, Blades
He's got-
19.
I know, he's got
Dude,
status.
He got his card over the
A
weekend.
19-year-old got his car.
He got
19-year-old kid.
special temporary status, so he has unlimited sponsor exemptions the rest of the
That's
way.
only 17 more years.
And we're almost there.
Dude, you're almost there.
It's like 16 and some change. Okay?
16 and
We're
change.
we're almost 2.5 now. All right, we're almost next month will be 2.5. We're only 16 and a half years away.
Dude, I got to be honest. It's one thing to need a new dresser and say, like, we have a free one here, or we can save money there.
or go to a garage sale.
It's a whole other conversation to go to IKEA and not actually purchase furniture. That is a
It felt like a win.
massive deal breaker for me.
Felt like a win and a loss at the same time. Because one, I didn't buy the dresser yet,
Yeah,
so I'm still holding out hope that I don't have to buy
But
a
how much of
stupid
your day
dresser.
did you waste?
It ate up basically the whole first part of the day. You know? It was a 2.5, 3 hour journey, right? When you count getting there, walking around,
Parking.
and then Teddy just grabs. They have those like foam soccer balls, those little places.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, he's just grabbing those things and booting them all over the IKEA, and I'm chasing down soccer balls everywhere. I'm like, what is happening right now? How did I get here?
Now, how do you shop at IKEA? Do you start ground level or do you take escalator up?
I said I will only go to IKEA to look at a dresser and not buy if we go the reverse way. I said we're not walking through the whole thing, because if you walk through the whole thing, you know what ends up happening.
Well,
Ooh.
you start browsing and shopping for other stuff.
No.
It's like
going
Costco.
to-
So we went the back way.
There you go.
So you
the
went past the
bedroom
register.
furniture
Yes,
department.
past the registers. We
Yeah.
did not go up the stairs. We walked and then went through to like where the big
Where the
warehouse
packages
is,
are, yeah.
and then walked up those stairs, and then we saw the dressers, looked at a couple other things,
Interesting.
and eventually got out of there.
Good
Ate
call.
meatballs last night for dinner. They were delightful.
Good call.
The IKEA meatballs, man, I'm telling you, there's a lot of balls in there, okay? So you get a lot of balls, and they got chicken, beef, non-meat. I'm a big fan of the IKEA meatball.
I think the last thing you need is when you're going to a store. By the way, did you know you weren't going to buy it?
Yeah, it was like we're
So
not.
you knew you were browsing.
She would not relent on we need to go look at the dresser.
I'm fighting.
And
We're
I-
having a fight over this.
You know,
I tell you right now, tell your wife, we're fighting.
I waved a white
Sprague
flag.
and you're fighting.
I said you're not gonna give this up so we can go look at the dresser, but I'm not buying the dresser.
Yeah, why
today.
did you have to go?
I don't
Here's
know.
the
I
tape
don't
measure.
know.
Go measure
There's
it. If it'll
literally
fit.
an
I will
online
take care
thing.
of
It
Teddy
shows
today.
you how big it is. So you have take a ruler and be like, that's how big it is. That's what it'll look like.
I'm gonna play this segment when I get home today.
Well, I don't want to get you in trouble.
No, I'm not in trouble. You're making the exact argument.
We
that
got
I
your
made.
back here.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate that. I know.
IKEA's not an easy little store to just breeze in and out of.
No, it's not.
You had to plan how to shop
Yeah.
there
All
so
of a sudden
you
now
didn't
we're
shop for more.
And then it's like, oh, look at these lamps. I'm like, why are we looking at lamps? We don't need lamps.
Exactly.
Why are we? No, we don't.
It's not
what?
like going to Fred Meyer or Target like around the corner a couple
Exactly.
blocks
If
away.
we need to go to, let's go to
Okay,
Trader Joe's for
fine.
some groceries. By all means, we need food at all times.
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
I will say this. It is a great store, but you're right. You have to be careful of how you browse, because
Yeah.
if you go in there the normal way,
Right.
before you know it,
It's
like,
Costco.
Andy, who knew spoons could be organized like that?
They're only $4.99,
It's
and the
like,
next thing you know, there's 17 things that are only $6
Yes.
lined up in your cart.
Yes.
And it seemed like a cheap outing, and now all of a sudden I got a full cart. How did that happen?
I mean, who doesn't look at one of the model rooms and go, oh, my God, we should do this? And you're like, oh, my God, I don't have a studio in a downtown apartment, so why would I do this? Like, let's not act like we're not all thinking the same thing here.
Oh, it's all I was
Oh,
thinking.
I
the
want
entire
this
time.
kitchen.
Oh.
There's just 95,000 pieces of this kitchen.
That's all you need. Add it
that
up.
you got to find to put it all together.
You put that thing together, you're good to go.
And did you measure your kitchen? Because I don't even know if it fits in your kitchen. Awesome. Great. But you got meatballs.
I got meatballs.
But you got
I
meatballs
have
and a
meat-
baby Scotty Cameron.
I have meatballs for dinner last night.
There you go.
That was my Monday. How was everybody else's weekend?
I was delightful. I had a great getaway, dude.
It looked like weather was good at the coast.
Weather ended up being fantastic.
Yeah.
Friday was fine. It was cloudy, but it wasn't like raining.
Which is perfect for the beach.
Perfect for the beach.
No issues at all.
And then Saturday, Sunday weather was, especially Sunday, immaculate. I mean, it was
Not too windy.
Saturday was a little breezy every once in a while, but the sun was out the whole day, no clouds. And then Sunday was sun out, no wind.
Oh, it's perfect.
It was like burning up.
We're talking mid-70s. Did it get to the
I think
low
it's like
70s?
66, but
Okay,
at the
upper
coast
60s.
when the sun's beating on you
that
with
feels,
no wind,
yeah, it feels like it's 85.
it feels amazing. And the house we stayed in, they were friends of ours. That it was a gift for me coaching the basketball season. And so it was a really great, it's probably one of the best. I decided randomly, I think it was Friday, I think it's a top 5 gift I've ever been given in my life.
Really?
Wow.
A weekend getaway at the coast?
It's not just the weekend getaway. It was the house.
Good
Should I
spot.
have like a hot tub or a pool or something?
No hot tub. It was a house literally on the beach. Like when you
can't
walk
beat
on
it.
the beach and you look up at Cannon or Pacific City and
One
you
of those
see the
houses right
houses
there.
and you go, God, that life.
So had a great
That was one of the houses.
porch
That's
to or deck or something.
One step into the sand.
Oh, yeah. Now we're talking.
With your own dune.
Now we're talking.
And then like you have an overlook with
you go.
nobody really around you.
Yeah, it's
Is there
always
a
the
fire
pain in the
pit
butt.
somewhere.
You got to do the fire pit down the dune. The HOAs prohibit the fire to
okay.
be right outside
But
the
if
house.
you wanted to do a fire pit, guess who doesn't have to walk that far with wood?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because
There
you're
you
right
go.
there.
It was very easy.
Because one of the worst parts about going to the beach, I feel like, is, and you can get good spots that are close to the beach, but then when you're carrying all that crap,
It's the hauling.
It's the hauling,
Yeah.
and then the picking up, and then where do we set up camp? But if you're right there, and it's just like, oh, I forgot something, let me go run up and grab it.
It was really that simple.
Life of ease right there, my friend.
You know, it's a little more chilly. I'm going to go get a sweatshirt.
Yes.
10 steps later, sweatshirt. 10 steps back.
It's not a 20-minute walk back to the place that
No.
you're staying. I'll see you guys in an hour. I got to go get a sweatshirt.
The funniest thing was, so we walk in. I had an idea of it would being this nice. We got the Airbnb thing sent to us and was like, do you want Sun River? Do you want the coast? I was like, well, it's my daughter's birthday weekend. Let's do the coast. That could be, we're more of a beach family anyway.
Yeah.
So we do the coast one, and I knew it was a nice house. You walk in, and it's like the entire back wall, kitchen, living room, is just windows.
Yeah.
So like your whole
You're just staring at
wall
the
is
beach
just you
and the ocean
staring
the whole
at the
time.
beach and
Yeah.
the ocean the entire time.
Yep.
And my daughter, my oldest, walks in and she goes, "Oh my God, I'm gonna try to be really rich in my life."
That's some motivation right there.
And I said, "Please do that."
Please.
Mommy and Daddy would appreciate that.
If you could buy one of these in about 25 years that I could come stay in every once in a while, it'd
we'll
be great.
I'd
Let's
be
come take care of the
ecstatic.
grandkids.
Let's start
Oh,
trading
man.
some cryptocurrency. What are we going to do? You got to get your Robinhood app. Let's go, kiddo.
It was amazing.
Start making some cash for us,
Oh,
all
it was
right?
great.
Yeah, beach getaways are pretty solid. When you get a good weather weekend this time of year, that's tough to top right there.
Well, especially for our it was my littlest birthday, so it was like
Yeah.
her birthday weekend. I didn't want to be stuck inside with rain all the time.
No, the kid wants to go run around on the beach,
So
man.
we got really lucky, man. We got really lucky, but it was a good time.
That's a win-win for everybody right there.
Yeah,
That's
big
a
win-win.
That's a win-win.
I saw the big sports story of the weekend.
Oh,
Well, which one was that?
Well,
we had a handful of them.
we have some awkward local baseball stuff to discuss.
Oh, yeah, bring it on, bitch. The best part about it is I love that this happened. It's perfect because we don't care.
See, you're the most obvious tell. What did I tell you, Swag, before you came in today?
Exactly that.
I mean, it doesn't really
It's
impact
either
us
going to
yet.
be
Rub it in your
ha,
face.
ha, ha, you
Oh, we'll
suck,
for sure rub it in your face if we
or
win. Yeah.
football season, dude.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. But good luck.
Don't worry.
It'd be funny if we didn't even end up actually playing because we're the 1 and the 2,
I know.
right? So if we win the first game or lose the first game, like
There's
vice
definitely
versa.
a way where they don't play.
There's a scenario where
There
we
is.
don't meet.
Yeah.
My neighbor is a diehard. I got a neighbor who's a diehard Coug fan, and we were walking by, and I was wearing my
That
Ducks
was
up.
the third element I didn't
And
see.
he was like, "Hey, we're going to be at the Eugene Regional," and I was like, "That's great." I was like, "Don't worry, dude. We're for sure going to choke. We're going to lose to Yale. I know it's going to happen."
Who'd you lose to? Was it last year?
I don't remember.
Didn't they lose to like a random?
Yes, we do it every year. We lost to
Let me go back and look.
we lost a
Occidental College or something.
A few years ago, it was worse. In the Super Regional, we got beat by somebody that was like the dental school for the blind. I don't
think
even
you
remember
lost
what it
to
was.
an Occidental or
Might have
something.
been Occidental. Maybe it was Oxford who came over to the States to play us and we lost to them. Like, this is what we I was like, don't worry, dude. You guys will be fine. Yale is here. Yale being there is, somebody had a great meme that was like Oregon, Washington State and Oregon State like punching each other in a bar and Yale just over in the corner eating a sandwich. Like, what's up with you guys,
You lost
man?
to Utah Valley.
That's
who it was. Utah Valley.
Yeah, Utah Valley.
Don't worry, we're going to lose to Yale. I know how this is going to go.
And then Cal Poly swept you out.
Yeah.
You didn't even win a game in your regional.
Exactly.
That's right.
Don't worry. We'll choke.
Well,
good luck to you guys. Maybe you'll win it.
The funny thing was I didn't watch the game, but I was watching Sports Center one of the nights, and I saw
walk off hit by pitch to lose the Big Ten. I actually was kind of glad that they ended it, to be honest with you, because at that point they already knew. Like,
it was the 11th inning, right?
It was the 11th inning. They're already hosting a regional. What is winning? I don't care about a conference.
I mean,
like, just
it'd be kind of cool to say you won the Big Ten in baseball.
They already
and
got
football.
screwed by the weather because they couldn't play the first day because of rain delays. And Nebraska fans got all butthurt.
2-1 lead in the ninth.
I know. By the time they blew that, it was like, can we just end this and not burn through
was
8
there 2
bullpen
outs
arms?
Too?
I think there was 2 outs. Yeah. I was watching and then I walked out of the room and then walked off.
The funny thing is you asking any follow-up as if he was watching and he really cared.
I actually did watch. I did watch this weekend.
There was
saying
not
did I care?
You watched
No.
and you cared.
No, not really.
That's the difference.
I just know their big tank Samoan dude hit another bomb on Sunday.
He's great.
That guy is Lauvu. I can't remember how to say his name.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's Lauvu.
He hit like a
He's a freshman, right?
home run.
He's massive.
There's like 3 freshmen that just mash.
I think the brand man said he's going to pitch next year too. Like he's our Shohei Ohtani.
Oh, there you go.
So get his tank ass on the
Polynesian Ohtani.
Let's go, dude.
That's awesome.
That's pretty badass.
That is pretty cool.
But I did say we talked about that on Friday when you're out because the projections had either Oregon State hosting with Oregon there or Oregon hosting with Oregon State there. I had seen them
both ways.
And I'm like, yeah, this needs to happen. Because the rivalry's not really in basketball, we don't care because both of our teams are terrible.
Yeah.
In football, it's not a rivalry anymore.
No.
It hasn't been for a while. And this is it. This is kind of
it. This is Oregon State's.
It's the only sport that we get to be an underdog.
This is their only child.
It's the only one that we get to like punch up at you instead of punch down at you. You're better than us in every way.
Yeah, I mean, us meeting in the final to win the regional is the best case scenario. If it's Yale and Washington State,
it's good. So there'll be 8 people there, and they'll all be Coug fans.
all of them would be Coug fans. What Yale fan would fly out here for that?
Everybody else going home.
They'd wait for the Super Regional to fly anywhere if they
Yale's
did.
Not
no,
flying out
it's
here to
just
watch.
parents and people with the program that are coming out.
That's it. The first games of the Big Ten tournament when there was 7 people in attendance.
Yeah,
there's going to be one academic that's teaching at Oregon that went to Yale that's going to be wearing
something
his Y
like that. Yeah,
there's going to be one
Yale fan.
I'm a professor of history.
If there's more than 100 Yale fans, one, they're not going to be able to get tickets. Because any extra tickets, Beavs fans are going to scrap up.
Oh, Beaver fans are going to grab all those
They're
tickets.
Going to try to grab them all up, yeah.
So
if we get a regional final regional final game
Oregon
series,
State.
hopefully we can't both make it undefeated, right? Because the winners play.
Yeah, but you can play.
Because it's double elimination? Is that how it works?
It's double elimination.
Okay.
So you have Cougs, Beavs, and then
Ducks and Yale.
The winners play the next day, and the losers play. That loser's out. Then
what if we play in the losers bracket? We both lose our
first game,
and now we're playing each other to eliminate
this is
the other.
Dude. That still would be nice. I just hope we get a game where there's something on the line. That would be fun. That's all we can ask for out of this regional. It's great. This has a chance to kind of revive the rivalry a little bit.
So we got the Beavs going to Eugene for the Eugene Regional against the Ducks, the Cougs, and Yale. So that happened locally. We have a lot to talk about today. Busy little weekend in sports.
It was.
We have one team in the NBA Finals, and I don't know who's going to get in the NBA Finals out of the other series.
It was the Cavs, right? Because they were the best team. Isn't that what they said? They won 3 of the 4 games. Their coach said.
Analytically,
they're there. I think mentally they're going to the finals.
You must have only watched their press conferences.
Let's start with that. The New York Knicks have punched their ticket. They're back in the NBA Finals after 27 years. We'll start there. Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, another closeout game demolition by the Knicks has landed them in the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. 130-93 the final. Karl Anthony Towns leading 6 Knicks in double figures. They now await an opponent from the Western Conference Finals. Game 5 tonight back in Oklahoma City. The Thunder and Spurs locked up at 2 games apiece. A.J. Mitchell is out. Jalen Williams questionable for OKC. 5:30 tip over on 910 ESPN Portland. Our pregame coverage starts at 5. Thunder 5.5-point favorites. Portland Fire took the season series from the New York Liberty with an 81-74 win in the Big Apple. Carla Late with 18, including a game-clinching 3, and Brianna Stewart's face led the charge for the Fire. Next up, the Connecticut Sun back at Moda Center Wednesday. Oregon Ducks baseball team earning the 11th seed in the NCAA baseball tournament, and they will host the Eugene Regional this weekend with Oregon State, Washington State, and Yale. Games begin on Friday. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. It is Tuesday. Welcome back in, and it is a
Mail Sack
Sparta TRT edition today. So we'll get the mail sack in at the final hour of the radio program. You can text your mail sack questions in at 503-864-6326. We already had mail questions coming in, so we'll continue to copy and paste as the show continues to roll on here.
We had one sent in yesterday. We had a Memorial
really?
Day Monday mail sack question come in. It was still up on the text line because there were no live shows yesterday.
So we'll get to the mail sack coming up in the final hour of the radio program. But let's start. The New York Knicks have punched their ticket back to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999.
Party like it's 1999. Where's Prince when you need him?
I know. It really was no shocking development how they did it. They won Game 3, I thought, rather easily. And then Game 4 was a complete rollover.
Yeah, dude, I'm not watching
scratch
that.
my belly dog moment of like, we're done. It's it.
I didn't go anywhere near that game yesterday. That was if you give me a score worthy of watching at halftime, I will turn the game on. And that did not happen. The game was over. We had a great Game 3, Montreal and Carolina, that I was far more interested in, and they were going on at the same time. If you don't put up any effort, I'm not putting effort to find your game.
Well, so the New York Knicks winning the East, I don't think is shocking to anybody, but in what they've done in 11 games in a row.
They are dominating teams right now.
Well, it's the most dominant 11-game run of any team in NBA playoff history.
Yes, they have not. I think I read that they had only had one sweep or something like that in the Eastern Conference playoffs their entire existence, and now they've done it in back-to-back series.
Well, I think because they've won the East, what we're going to do as we talk about the NBA Finals, and they're waiting for their opponents, either going to be Spurs or the Thunder. We'll see what happens tonight in Game 5.
Could be a long layoff. We don't know how long that one's going to go.
It could. It feels like that's a 7-gamer. I don't know about you. Maybe the Thunder win 2 in a row. Maybe the Spurs win 2 in a row. I don't know what J-Dub's status is. I don't know what A.J. Mitchell's status is.
Right.
So maybe that's what's going to be the difference in that series. But as they wait, I think what's easy to do with the New York Knicks is to look at the East and say, it's the East. But it's one thing to say it's the East. It's another to sweep their way through and then like have an 11-game stretch that is the biggest point differential in NBA history.
Yeah.
And I just think it's really interesting. We did this, somebody brought up a good point a couple weeks ago. We did this in 2016. The Warriors and the Thunder were dominant. One team had won 73 games. The other team, I forgot how many the Thunder won that year with KD.
They're a very good team.
And Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
But they had that legendary conference finals where they blew the 3-1 lead. And we looked at the same thing. Now, LeBron was on the other side of that, and so maybe there's some out there that want to say, it's still LeBron, let's wait and see.
Yeah.
But a lot of us were saying the same stuff. Even last year, it was the Thunder were pretty overwhelming favorites in that NBA Finals going into against the Pacers. And so I continue to look at the New York Knicks, and if this is how they are going to play, and I don't have evidence to suggest otherwise, dude, I think we're in for a really good NBA Finals no matter what happens between Thunder and Spurs.
If they can keep this up, playing at the level they're playing at, they can beat whoever shows up. Like, they are getting it everywhere in their lineup right now. There's not really a weak spot, and that's the thing about New York that I'm probably the most surprised by. I feel like depth was a big conversation for them for a lot of the season of, like, we know what the starting lineup is, but who's scoring coming off the bench? And it feels like every game there's somebody getting hot, going for 15 or 16 points. It's happened in multiple games, and the comeback win in game one, the bench was huge from there. Karl-Anthony Towns, do we still not want Karl-Anthony Towns? Because he's playing pretty good. Didn't miss 3 yesterday. He's been outstanding.
His reputation is a really interesting one. It's very it's Harden-esque in some ways of how people talk about him versus what he has been as a player and the teams he's been a part of. Like, we love to crap on him here because he's kind of been in random, never really backed trade fodder conversation.
Yes.
And when I've brought him up, I've had people like laugh at the notion, and I'm like, I don't know, man. The Timberwolves were pretty good with him.
The Knicks have been pretty good with him.
The Knicks have been pretty, like, maybe he's not a bad player.
They went to the conference finals last year. Now they're going to the NBA finals this year. He had 19 points on 11 shots yesterday, 19 and 14. So, look, part of this truth is certainly that Cleveland was not very good. They damn near lost multiple times throughout the playoffs. The James Harden experiment was a disaster for them. New York.
Wait, why do you think it was a disaster? They got to the conference finals.
It's the idea of where do they go from here, because this was always the risk in getting James Harden. And James Harden was also a guy, like, he was such a liability on one end of the floor and nowhere near the superpowers that he used to have offensively. That I mean, we talked about it on Friday. I would have sat him. He's unplayable. He's not scoring at a high level. And what is happening to him every time on the other end of the floor?
Oh, he had a bad series.
Like, they're just attacking. He's had a horrible postseason. I mean, outside of one game in the second round, he's been terrible in every game. And now you either lose him for nothing or you re-sign him. Good luck either direction. You got a Mitchell decision. There's a lot looming in the air for Cleveland this offseason that makes them really interesting. But I think both things can be true. Like, yeah, New York had an easier path to get there. Cleveland was not, in my opinion, a title contending team. But it's also one thing to beat a team like that. It's another to dominate them in every facet of the game. Really outside of the first 3 quarters of game one. And then they overcame that and erased a 20-point deficit. And we all said in the aftermath of that, like, that was your chance, Cleveland, to kind of put a flag down in this series. They blew it. And New York largely dominated the rest of the series, including game 3 and game 4 on the road. So you can play a lesser opponent, but if you're looking like this and you're shooting like this, like, I'm going to give you a puncher's chance in the NBA Finals because we saw it last year with Indiana. We didn't think Indiana had a great shot, and they ended up pushing it all the way to game 7. And if Halliburton doesn't get hurt, maybe they win that series. They're playing really good basketball. They're a lot of fun to watch right now, and it was great for the NBA that they're back because it's a massive market. The interest is going to be there coast to coast. This was exactly what the NBA needed.
If you're not a Spurs fan, if you're not a Thunder fan,
everybody's rooting for the Knicks to win the finals.
Everybody.
I think that's
Bing bong. I think that's a pretty big no-brainer, right?
Every single person on the planet outside of the randoms in San Antonio and OKC are rooting for New York.
Now, Swag brought up a good point of the media and how the media in New York, and then now you have Stephen A., who's also just randomly going to become the biggest Knicks fan again, even though he likes to clown him 90% of the time. Like, there is a part of that that's going to get exhausting, there's no doubt, but I ignore that noise.
Don't watch it. That's all you got to do.
And I say, what's better for the league? Like, I think the ideal thing for the league would be Spurs dethroning the Thunder,
keeping the streak alive of no back-to-back champions.
Keeping the streak alive, and then the Knicks getting 99 revenge in like a 6-7 game series. Perfect. And beating Wemby and saying, okay, Wemby, you got close, and you may get over that hump next year.
Probably will.
But it's Jalen Brunson time, and I wanted to talk about that because I find this interesting. So OKC's number 1 player and league MVP back-to-back is who?
SGA.
Canadian.
Wemby,
the alien, the freak.
French. We freedom fries.
I think you can make a very, very easy argument. Jalen Brunson is the best American player in the NBA.
Oh, I never really thought about that. Let me look up my guys.
You look up your guys.
Let me look up my guys here.
And you look up the guys.
Let me look up my guys.
And go through the guys and you tell me if I'm wrong.
All right, let me look at regular season numbers.
I think he's earned the right to the mantle. You can say you think Anthony Edwards is better. There's no doubt you can say that.
Yeah.
But what he's done for New York, and Ant's been great in Minnesota. He's been to back-to-back conference finals.
Yeah.
But in this league,
I mean, it's not that crazy to think about.
we reward the guys for the guys who do it, right? For
the guys
winning.
who get there, yeah.
James Harden gets crapped on because, well, he hasn't won.
Yeah, he's also really bad every time he's there.
But there's a little bit of that.
And he's horrible defensively, and he doesn't try to play. And,
Okay,
he never took it seriously.
We understand why we crap on James Harden.
He puts on a fat bodysuit and tries to get traded.
But Jalen Brunson, I think, has earned the right to hold that mantle in the last 2 years, what he did in New York last year and what he has taken them over the top with this year with maybe a title.
Is he the closest thing to Dwayne Wade we've seen since Dwayne Wade?
I feel like they're different games, but I see the point.
Like
little
of a guy
undersized.
elevating?
There's other guys that maybe physically or athletically do more spectacular things.
Like
but
you never looked at D-Wade above LeBron. Even when D-Wade won the title and LeBron hadn't come close to sniffing it. You didn't know, well, D-Wade, it's D-Wade's league. It's like, no, that was an amazing run, but he also has Shaq.
Sure.
Yeah.
This is the hard part I have with all of these conversations is that I don't disagree with the point, and now that I'm looking through names, I'm like, dude, it's a good argument. I would have laughed it off at the surface.
Yeah.
And now I'm looking through and I'm like, Tyrese Maxey or Jalen Brunson, right? Jalen Brown or Jalen, like, you know.
I'm
these
not
are
saying
not
some
a
of these
big gap,
players
right?
aren't good.
The hard part that I have with it is just simply the idea of, like, if you flipped Anthony Edwards and Jalen Brunson or the Knicks in the NBA Finals.
Well, when did you flip him? Do you flip him right now, or are you flipping him when the Knicks sucked and signed him for the contract?
Yeah, like 2-3 years ago, if you flip him.
I think that's the interesting thing to think about.
I'm not trying to disrespect Brunson because he's a terrific player
fine.
and he's been awesome.
I'm not mad if anybody thinks it's Ant Edwards.
I also think the pathway to the finals is easier in the East, although they are playing great basketball, and I do think he has a better team around him. But the Anthony Edwards would be the only one right now that I would make an argument for.
Totally fine, and I think that's a totally logical argument. I think the part that I would counter with is not the East this year, or not that if Ant Edwards was in Jalen Brunson's spot and healthy, they wouldn't win the East. It's more so like, look at what he has helped create since they signed him.
Yeah, it's been huge.
You want to talk about kind of crazy things. You think I think I heard Bontemps say this, a snippet of it. Shaq in 96, LeBron in 2010, 2011. Is it the third best NBA signing since those two? Free agent signings.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and remember exactly who was traded and who signed.
Because so many guys have either been drafted or traded to their situations that I'm just like simply a free agent.
I mean, Kevin Durant was a free agent.
Well, that's actually a good point.
That happened.
That's a little of a cheat code, though.
I mean, it's nonsense. He should have been a
from
little
an organizational
bitch.
standpoint, that's hard to argue.
But now that, I mean, when you look back, so in the years previous, obviously, they didn't make the playoffs forever.
But in terms of what it's meant to an organization, Kevin Durant going to the Warriors obviously was going to cement them into a title, but they'd already won a title and been to a final.
They just won 73 games and been in the NBA Finals. Like, it was,
they weren't downtrodden.
It took them elite to an eliter level.
The Knicks were a joke to us.
They were. They haven't been in the playoffs forever. They made it in 2021, lost in 5 games in the first round of the Hawks. Went back, did not go back the next year. They did not make the playoffs. Then he re-signs, and it was second round of the playoffs, conference finals,
NBA
and
finals.
now NBA finals.
I mean,
remember when Josh Hart was great? We traded him for Cam Reddish
and a first-round pick
that turned into Chris Murray.
He'll figure it out.
Yeah, he's good. He's all right. Don't worry about it. Everything's great. The last 20 years have been great, though. Tom Dunn's ruining it all.
We had a Q&A with Tom Dunn this weekend.
We did. I saw that.
We also had a list.
Mr. Move the team himself flew out to Raleigh. He was like, hey, what's going on here?
Is that what we're going to call Bill next time we have him on?
Hey, Mr. Move the team.
Mr. Move the
what
team
are you doing
himself.
out here in Raleigh?
He is.
Hey.
Look at this.
I've also had a chuckle in my head thinking about like San Antonio, New York, perfect NBA Finals. No, everybody's tired of OKC.
Yeah.
The SGA flop and stuff. Like, we're just done with it.
I love that they've won one title. Everybody's done with OKC.
We're done with that. Move on. The one where De'Aaron Fox got called for a foul the other night where he just felt like, dude, I can't do it
so
anymore.
Egregious.
I can't do it anymore.
The replay overhead makes that look so
There's
bad.
no contact. There's
so
no. He
bad.
just falls down 90% of the time he shoots.
And they
that's
didn't
why
have
we're done
any
with
challenges left.
Yes, it's just ludicrous. And then people online, that's actually it didn't get us. There's landing zone. Like, shut up.
The landing.
San Antonio, New York, great NBA Finals. I have chuckled internally of thinking, like, can you imagine a Raleigh, North Carolina versus Las Vegas Stanley Cup final? And how everybody in Canada's like, dude, what? Raleigh and Vegas?
Vegas is going to win 2 of these things? Raleigh?
They already got one
I
about
know.
20-something years ago. They could get another one, too.
Just interesting to think about, man. Jalen Brunson and what he has meant to the Knicks. Tough day for the Mavs yesterday.
Yeah.
Tough time for the Dallas Mavericks.
Who could have possibly screwed up having Luka Doncic and Jalen Brunson on the same team? Nico.
Tigers' very own.
That's right. Shout out.
One element of this series I want to talk about on the other side, and then at the top of the hour, it's a Mail Sack Tuesday. We'll get to that in the final hour. We have a list. Big old list was revealed. We'll talk about that. So, Dirt and Sprague, we're back with more on 105.1 The Fan. We'll get to the big list revealed over the weekend, coming up at the top of the hour. But the New York Knicks have punched the ticket to the NBA Finals, which means the Cleveland Cavaliers season has come to an end.
Good night, sweet prince. We barely knew you.
How would we react as a market if that's our game for clearly we're losing that series. We're not going into Game 4 thinking something crazy is going to happen, right? We don't have LeBron on that team.
No.
If I'm
Are
at
we
the
mad?
game as a fan, I'm booing him off the floor.
Are we mad today?
I'm booing him.
Yeah.
I'm booing him for sure.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because there's also the double whammy of like, what does your future look like? Which would be in the back of my mind. It's not like
So you're booing them on the unknown future?
yeah. I mean, you traded for a guy who we knew was a liability in the. That was your move at the deadline.
I get it.
And he was a liability. Like we all knew he was going to be a liability. Like
I don't
we
disagree
all saw
with
that
you.
coming a mile.
They also
away.
got further in this era than they had ever before because of that move.
very true. The Eastern Conference is also.
Is it going to be great next year?
No, probably not.
I don't
Are
know
they
what-
going to be great next year? Is
I don't-
Donovan Mitchell going to sign an extension?
Well, he's still got about 2 years left.
He does, but he's extension eligible
But
this
he's
offseason.
extension eligible.
And if he
so
doesn't
we'll have to
sign
wait and
it,
see on
you
it.
got to
They're gonna
trade
him.
You
then
got to
if they
trade him.
Sign the extension.
So that's part of the thought of like, is this
so,
it for that run?
I kind of agree. Dundon, I don't want to get ahead of the 7 a.m. hour because Dundon did a Q&A with Orem.
Yes, he did.
Who flew out to Raleigh to go talk to him. And part of what he said, I actually kind of agree with, of like the takeaway from the Jailblazer doc. I thought his takeaway was pretty good of like,
Agreed. Yeah.
boy, we're so quick to want to cheer everybody, and then the minute it doesn't go well, we just want to boo everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just like fundamentally against that. He doesn't want to see in hockey. He's like, if we lose in the conference finals on our home ice, we're not getting booed. They're cheering us. Like at some point, I hear what you're saying. Like, what's your future? Is that guy the right guy? Being swept never feels good, and it sounds a little loserist mentality, but in a kind of roundabout way, I agree with it. Like, just give your team a round of applause. You made the Final Four in the freaking NBA, man.
Yeah, I think. Look, we're probably being a little too hard. I also think context matters, right? Like how you play in those games matters a little bit to me.
Well, like they didn't try in Game 3. They tried.
Yeah.
I just think the Knicks are a wagon right now. Why
they
can't we
are.
just say that?
They are certainly a wagon right now. They look to be unbeat. At least in Eastern Conference terms, they are unbeatable right now. There's no doubting that. It's just the idea of like that's the last game of your season and you come out and what were they down by at halftime? 18, 16? I mean, the game was over at half. The game was over 2 minutes into the second quarter.
Yes.
And that's one of two home games that you had in the conference finals. So maybe we're being too hard on it. I also, to the Carolina, like it depends on how my overall feeling is of the franchise and the overall health. Like a young team getting there and getting swept. Let's use the Blazers as an example. When they went and played San Antonio and got swept, and what would that have been, 1999?
In 99,
Right?
coincidentally.
Kind of came out of nowhere, and you're
Yeah.
like, hey, look at this. We're in the this is unbelievable. And the Memorial Day miracle, and it didn't go the way that we wanted. There was that hope and that optimism, despite the way the series ended, of like, oh, we still know that this is going to be a good team for a while. That would be lingering in the back of my mind if I were a Cleveland fan. Their head coach might get fired. I would argue he should after the comments he made. Your best player might get traded this offseason because we don't know if he's going to sign an extension yet. And you're either losing James Harden for nothing or re-signing him for way too much money, at which point he will continue to be a liability. Mobley, your good young player, does not have an offensive game. Like there's a lot up in the air for them right now that would leave me as a fan feeling uneasy.
Well, speaking of uneasy and how not to handle something, let's go to the shoot. Do we have the shoot-around audio of Atkinson? Yeah, we do? Okay.
Be wary of the balls in the back. A lot of balls in the background.
So there's balls bouncing. This was the day before Game 4, so they had lost Game 3 pretty convincingly. Game
128,
2,
10, or 121, 108 was the final.
Game 2 pretty convincingly. In Game 1, they choked a 22-point lead with 8 minutes to go. Kenny Atkinson, down 3-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals, said this in front of the media.
Analytically, I think we've won the I said 3 out of 3. We're 2 out of 3 in the expected. I don't know if you guys follow that. There's like an expected score, and we won 2 out of the 3. And I know you're looking confused, but there is really, if you believe in process and all that, like, man, take that layer. I know I don't throw that on them. I see it for myself. We have this feeling. I have this feeling. Then I can go to our analytical table and be like, man, we are. And I think last night it was the expected score was like 1 point or 2. Us shooting way below expected, them shooting way over. And I know no one wants to hear that. I think you guys like hearing it. I know, general public, no one wants to hear it. Everyone's outcome based, and sure, I get that too.
This is setting back the analytics community by a decade.
Oh,
anybody in analytics is like, "Don't! What are you doing? No! Now everybody's just gonna make fun of us. No.
Now, I cannot wait for the analytics department. Like, there's Danny's kind of one of these. He's like a split between what'd you do versus analytics.
Well, actually, your shooting percentages versus expected shooting percentages.
The analytics crowd, like who's the first podcast that comes in and goes, the 5 reasons Kenny Atkinson was not incorrect with his comments.
It was actually right.
We'll give you the plus minus next on the pod.
Like, you got swept and you lost 3 of the 4 games by double digits.
Well,
dude.
at this point, you're down 3-0, and everybody's
the
like,
series
dude,
is over.
I don't want to hear it.
No.
This is over. It's a wrap. You blew game 1. You've been terrible in 2 and 3.
I get that some of your outcome based, like, yeah, dude.
Well, and then talk about not knowing an identity or reading a room. Here's James Harden last night after being swept by the Knicks on the difference between the Knicks and the Cavs.
I can't even answer that question, honestly. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it was 4-0, but I don't think we had a chance as far as our best shot, you know, from a standpoint of the circumstances. You know, obviously they dominated us 4-0, but yeah, I don't know if I can necessarily answer that question. Just because genuinely I do feel like we are the better team. But you know, series wise, you know, it didn't show it. So tough question to answer.
If I'm the owner of Cleveland, Atkinson is fired. You can't overcome comments like that.
You're going to fire him for the comments?
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard a coach say publicly. You're down 3-0 in a series. You've lost 2 of the last 3 by double digits, and you blew an 18-point lead in game 1. And you want to come out and tell me your analytics people are telling you you've won 2 of the 3 games? Like, you're done. No, it's over. Your career's done. Go work and do whatever you want. Go work with computers, you nerd. And James Harden, I'm not re-signing you based on those comments. Well, I wouldn't resign him anyways.
I'm not resigning him anyway.
Anyways, but that was the nail in the coffin
out.
of like, no, man, you're not coming back.
I'm pivoting out and I'm trying to trade for Giannis.
You cannot come out and say we were the better team when you got swept. That doesn't 7-game series, toss-up games each way, overtime, game went home. God, we were right analytically. We were right there.
Didn't we do
felt
that
like we could have won the series
to the Warriors? It
we're
was like
stupid.
3 of the 4 games we were up by 15 points or more.
Yes, it sums up how dumb people in this fan
Games
base
are 48 minutes, kids.
Yeah,
I don't care that you had a lead in the second quarter.
Analyze that.
We did that twice against the Spurs. Did we feel like we were the better team than the Spurs? We blew double-digit leads in back-to-back games.
Given that it's a players' league, let me ask you this: who had the worst comments, Kenny Atkinson or James Harden? Because I think it's Harden.
I think it's Atkinson because Harden's an idiot. Atkinson should know better. You're the head coach.
So Atkinson is. Look, he's not right to say that publicly.
His hat's too curved too. The bill's like way too overcurved. It's like an aggressive curve to the bill.
Yeah, it was pretty aggressively curved. You're right.
The sides of the bill are almost touching.
I mean, Rory does that.
This is more than Rory.
Well, I'm just saying.
That's more than Rory.
My whole point is like Atkinson could have explained better of like analytically we believe because of shooting expectancy and point totals or whatever the analytics are that him and his staff are looking at. He could have said that and then followed it up with, but we got to finish. And you got to win the games, and we're down 3-0, and you give New York that credit. If he does that...
It changes it a little bit.
I think it does change it a little bit.
Yeah.
Harden coming out after being swept and saying...
We're the better team.
I don't know if I can say who the better team is. I think we're the better team. We just didn't show up for 4 games.
It could have been either of us.
It's over. The series is over. It's done. What are you talking about?
There
is no. It is.
It's over.
It's over, and that's the situation. Damn it, James.
It's amazing how he has found, we talk about guys who like redeem themselves or have these career arcs, were likable, unlike. It's amazing how he finds a way every year seemingly to dig his hole a little bit deeper in terms of unlikability.
You see what Mitchell said? I love Donovan Mitchell. You see what Mitchell said? It was like, hey, that James Harden thing did pan out how you wanted. People disrespect James Harden. They don't understand how he's changed the game of basketball.
I don't care.
And we're a ring-dominant culture now, and it's just unfair. And I'm like, I do think we're a little too ring-dominant culture-wise in that sport, more so than any other.
But we've been that way for almost 40 years.
Also,
give a rip about defense.
How did he change the game? By putting his arm into somebody else's arm and then
hooking
it
it
and going, hey, foul! And what?
You can say he changed the game for the worse because now that we get stars who do that all over the NBA. Not that he was certainly the first. Flopping existed before him, but his creativity with flopping did take it to a new level.
Oh, based on watching SGA, I think his hero is James Harden.
Yes. I mean, if you want to have a lasting impact on the game, how about we attempt at any point in your career to play defense? Just a thought. I don't know if you're aware of this, but in basketball, it's not like football. You play on both sides of the floor.
Yeah. I still think it's Harden with the worst comments, but I hear what you're saying about Atkinson. I read the Atkinson ones, and I started laughing out loud.
You're down 3-0, man.
Not good.
See
Not
you next
good at
year,
all.
Cleveland.
See you next year, Cleveland. New York in the finals. We'll wait to see who they play between OKC and San Antonio. Loaded second hour of the radio program. We got the list and a new Q&A. Hour number 2, Dirt and Sprague. We'll talk about that to kick off the second hour on 105.1 The Fan.
McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on The Fan, it hadn't happened for 27 years in the NBA, but the New York Knicks are back in the NBA Finals after sweeping the Cavs right out of the playoffs, 130-93, the Game 4 final. 6 Knicks in double figures led by Karl Anthony Towns. Now they just got to wait for an opponent. Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals tonight in Oklahoma City with the Thunder and Spurs locked up at 2 games apiece. A.J. Mitchell out. Jalen Williams questionable for OKC. It is a 5:30-ish tip. You can hear it on 910 ESPN Portland. Our pregame coverage starts at 5. Thunder, 5.5-point favorites. The Portland Fire finish up their road trip, taking the season series from the New York Liberty. 81-74, the victory in the Big Apple. Carla Late had 18. had the game-clinching 3 over Breonna Stewart. They'll come back home for the first of 3 on Wednesday against the Connecticut Sun. The Oregon Ducks baseball team, falling just short in the Big Ten title game, will earn the 11th overall seed in the NCAA baseball tournament and will host the Eugene Regional with Oregon State, Washington State, and Yale visiting PK Park. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Welcome back in. Loaded second hour. About ready to start it here in just a second. Look at us, huh? Almost 2 on the clock.
Right on the dot. Take that, Bram, man.
Happy 7 a.m. to everybody out there. Hope your Memorial Day weekend was good. And it's nice to have everybody back on a Tuesday edition. It's a Mail Sack Tuesday. We'll get to the Mail Sack in the final hour of the radio program. 503-864-6326 is where you can send your Sparta TRT Mail Sack questions. So if you need to,
bring your ass.
Bring your ass and your questions. Before we start the second hour of the radio program, I want to remind you, because we only have a couple left, that on June 23rd, Toyota presents the Fan Golf Classic out at Langdon Farms. Afternoon round sold out, and there's just 2 foursomes available for the morning round, so we have just 2 left. Got to get them done. Come on, let's come hang out, have a good time. We'll be hanging out at the infamous Angels Envy Bourbon Par 3 6th hole. We'll all be eating Matt's Barbecue. You can head to 1051thefan.com and click on the Fan Golf Classic logo for info and to sign up today. The Fan Golf Classic presented by Toyota is also brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction, Henderson and Daughter Windows and Doors, George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law, Battery Exchange, Maestro Dobell Tequila, Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop, Philbrook Law, 1-800-DIVORCE, Roto-Rooter, Illegal Mezcal, Pub Beer Cheap Fun, and Window Nation. 1051, thefan.com.
Almost sold out. Let's make it happen, everybody.
It is almost sold out. A lot to talk about in the second hour of the radio program. But of things I gathered over the weekend of notes to talk about on the show, I wanted to talk about our local team, just because we've talked about the NBA Finals, and we've got 2 juggernauts in the West, and they got the Knicks over there in the East. They punched their ticket yesterday. And, you know, it's kind of an interesting spot the Blazers sit in. They don't have a coach.
You missed the Jeff Van Gundy news on Friday. You didn't get to talk about old Jeff Van Gundy.
What do you mean?
Well, you weren't here, were you? Didn't that happen on Thursday?
His name's been out there. I talked about that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I didn't remember seeing that until Thursday. I don't remember talking about that on the show.
Well, Haynes had announced that he was a finalist, but his name was in the rumor mill stuff. Haynes just said he was a finalist.
I don't remember talking about that at all until Friday.
But yeah, so we got the list of guys out there now, and it's kind of a mixed bag of reporting. You got Jeff Van Gundy. Mm-hmm. You've got Tiago Splitter, somehow still in it.
Still in the mix?
I was told that he was disrespected too much. He didn't want it.
No, he won't touch it. But
there was no way you could do Tiago like that. He's out. He's done. The whole coaching community will turn their back on the Blazers.
He also did an interview where he was like, yeah, I mean, I get it. He's a new owner. He's learning about the NBA. He's casting a wide net. I understand where he's coming from. That was literally his quote this weekend.
That's not what I've been told.
No.
I've been told the coaching community was not going to take the job. No. Because of how cheap and disrespectful he was.
It's all going to crash and burn.
Splitter.
It's all over. The Kalamazoo Blazers are screwed.
If Tiago takes the job, did he take it for $1 million?
Ooh, that would technically be a pay raise from where he was at last year.
I mean, is that the conclusion we
I had a funny back and forth with the old orangutan after the show on Friday because we were talking about coaching searches or Deering. I can't remember what happened, but when you're out and the idea of cheap assistants because a random Utah guy or Boston guy get thrown out there, and I've never heard of half these coaches.
Mike Williams is the Utah guy, and one of them. Tyler Lashbrook.
Yes, thank you. That's the Boston guy.
Yeah.
And the idea of like a cheap head coach, and I just chuckled and I thought, how do you feel about Tiago Splitter right now? A lot of people want him to get the job, right? You know how much Tiago Splitter was making last year? Less than $1 million.
$900K, $800K.
That's I don't know if we know specifically, but that's the rumored amount. So it is possible to feel good about a coach and win a decent amount of games paying him less than $1 million.
That is a very good
because
point. Because
now we're advocating for him
$1 million
to get the job,
playoffs.
and now everybody told me he did a great job coaching, and I understand a lot of it, and some of it I question because of the schedule and who they beat in the second half.
Yeah,
but you felt like he was a great coach. He was making $900,000. It was an elite assistant. So the idea that you got to can't hire a cheap coach because it won't work out for you. It doesn't really stand on its own two legs.
So Tyler Lashbrook is another one. Mike Williams, an assistant. Both are assistants in Boston and Utah. And then Jerry Stackhouse's name popped up. He had left Golden State with Terry Stotts. His name popped up. Mike Nori from Minnesota is still one of the finalists. And old basketball friend of ours that used to be on the broadcast, Jeff Van Gundy.
Jeff Van Gundy is still my vote, just from an entertainment
You want
perspective.
JVG?
Just from an entertainment perspective, it would be glorious. He would be funny to listen to in press conferences. I have no clue how it would work, but I also... the bigger question to me continues to be the roster. I don't really care that much about who they hire. I think anybody, depending on what you do in the offseason, can either succeed or fail based on what you have around him and the talent he has to work with. But yeah, dude, the Jeff Van Gundy thing would be hilarious, and I'm rooting for it to happen.
One league source labeled Dundon's approach objectionable, according to the Oregonian, because they reported the article of who the candidates were.
What about it is objectionable?
Well, talking to
coaches, can't
the
talk.
Sixth assistant on a Utah team.
Can't do that.
Well, he shouldn't be a finalist.
Well, he hasn't hired anybody yet. We also don't really know specific. These are just rumored things. We don't really know exactly who the finalists are.
Look, much like people like
they
to tell
did a thing, by the way, real quickly with Jeff Van Gundy.
Yeah,
the way go back and read the tweet from Haynes. They are seeking permission to interview Jeff Van Gundy,
but he's a finalist.
He's a finalist for the job.
Yeah.
So he's a finalist before interviewing for the job.
I also noticed that.
Okay, I'm just asking questions out loud here because that doesn't make any sense. Interviewing him makes a lot of sense. How is he a finalist if he is not interviewed for the job yet?
Officially interviewed. That's different than, hey, Jeff, it's Tom.
There are sharks swirling in the water, and every time there's a drop of blood that you can glom onto something with Tom Dundon, they're taking advantage of it, and it's just nauseating.
It's obviously a thing that people are doing right now, is finding any and every possible thing, but what was I saying? Ah, damn it! You made me lose my thought.
I'm sorry. The Van Gundy thing I needed to bring up because I laughed out loud seeing that.
Well,
and I think I might have brought that up on Friday. I can't remember, but it just is hilarious.
I think the important thing to me is like Jeff Van Gundy be a big name, right? Like, oh my God, Jeff Van Gundy, who just got back into coaching because they ended his broadcasting career.
Has he been in the Clippers 2 years as an assistant?
I think this was his second year.
Second year. Okay.
I think his second season. Stackhouse, no thank you. I have no interest. He's not been good anywhere he's been. I'm not interested. Lashbrook and Williams, I don't know. Mike Nori, I don't really know. Tiago Splitter, I'm more familiar with. My whole thing on this is what you just said. And I continue to circle back. It is the easiest thing is to be one of those feeder fish that latch onto the shark and just follow that, right? The coaching. Who's going to be the coach? The bigger thing here is the roster decisions.
Yes, I don't care who your coach is. If you don't make a move to get better, you're not going anywhere next year.
Jeff Van Gundy, Jerry Stackhouse, Mike Nori, do the LeBron meme with the cigarette in your mouth. It didn't really matter. Like, if the roster is not upgraded, none of this matters.
No.
I don't care how good, smart, stupid, whatever the person is, they will not win at a level we want if the roster is not somewhat overhauled, tweaked, and made better. It just doesn't matter.
90% of winning in the NBA is who you have on the floor on any given night. 90% of it.
I go a little lower than that, but yes, to what you're saying, we largely do agree with this. The roster is the more important thing here. Like, I'm interested to see who they hire, but like,
sure, to
the level of this is objectionable what they're doing. Oh, how dare he hire the fifth assistant of the Utah Jazz, Jeff Van Gundy, so old. Like, none of that matters. It's the roster. You idiots. It's all roster-based. If Joe Cronin's only move is, we're going to let Matisse Thybulle walk, then none of this matters. They're going to be a 7 seed again, and they're going to lose in the first round.
Yes, it doesn't matter if Tiago Splitter is your head coach or not. And I would argue if that's your offseason, there might be a little regression because there's not going to be as many tanking teams in the NBA next year. And so your schedule, just on the surface, is already going to be more challenging because there's not a race to the bottom like we haven't seen in a generation in that league. So it's funny. It feels like we've lost the plot a little bit again. Like this goes back to one of those moments that I chuckle about the idea of where the organization has been, and I constantly bring up This was the equivalent of the debates we were having with the firing of Terry Stotts after getting bounced by Denver in the first round despite Dame's historical performance. And this idea is if you can go out and change coaches and it's going to fix everything when you have 3 guards in your starting lineup, all under the size of 6'3". And the next year was a disaster, and then Neil Olshey eventually got fired. But it just, like, why are we blaming the coach for this? You've built a roster that cannot win at the highest level. That's the problem. It's not Stotts' fault that they're bad defensively when you have Dame, CJ, and Norman Powell in your starting lineup. This is a roster management thing. And so while the coach debate is certainly fun, there are names that are more interesting to me than others. My main hope is that they hire somebody who makes a decent amount of money just so that whole nonsense argument goes out the window, that he's not trying to pay to win or he doesn't want to pay a coach, or like that's my only hope out of this. Outside of that, who the name ends up being doesn't really matter that much to me, because I think you see time and time again in the NBA. Steve Kerr's making $15 million this year. How many games did the Warriors win?
Yeah, they didn't make the playoffs.
Okay, so when Steve Kerr doesn't have Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and they're not winning 73 games, like he's still making $15 million and they're not making the playoffs because he doesn't have what he needs from a roster standpoint. That is ultimately what matters the most, and we're going to yell about who a coach is going to be for another week or two. I'm sure this process will drag out a little bit. There's no need to make a hire right now. You got to want to have one before the draft night as you lead into that. So I think in the next week or two, hopefully, we'll get some sort of an announcement. But I again feel like we're focusing on the wrong thing that matters more this offseason, and that is, what are the moves? How aggressive are you going to be? Who are the big fish you can go after? Is there a big star that you can bring in? Like, that's the stuff that ultimately matters more than whether you're paying a guy $1.8 or $2.2 million, whether he's the 5th assistant or the 2nd assistant. Yeah. Because if he doesn't have talent, he's not going to win no matter how high up or low down he is.
Denny Avdia did not make All-NBA.
No, he did not.
Thoughts on that?
Not surprised by it. I mean, he certainly had a deserving candidacy. It was not one that I was ever going to yell about.
Like, who would you take off? Here's your third team, right? Because he was never going to make first or second.
He was the highest vote getter of anybody who didn't make a team, if I read that correctly.
Yeah, he was just on the outside looking in. But here's your third team. Tyrese Maxey, Jamal Murray, Jalen Johnson, Jalen Duren, and Chet Holmgren.
Yeah, I mean, the difficulty of it is if you had a positionless, all NBA team, it would make a little bit more sense, but that's not necessarily the way that it always works. If you want to take somebody,
I believe that is the case.
Is it positionless now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, they got away from. I felt like it was always done on a position.
Well, you get
basis.
people that dig their heels down and do it traditionally.
I want a center, a power forward, a small forward, a shooting guard, and a point guard.
I think they were trying to find a way to put, like, back when Embiid and Jokic would be MVP.
Yeah.
Have them both on the first team.
Basically say you can't punish both of them so they can
I know
beat.
A while ago, it used to be like 2 guards, 2 forwards.
Yes, that's the way it always worked, yeah.
And when centers were dominant in the NBA, you'd be a third, like
Shaq is a third-team all-guy, and
Patrick
Hakeem
Ewing was the third-team center or something. You're like, what?
You're also splitting hairs. Like, how do you define Chet Holmgren?
Yeah.
Well, he's a 4 because Hartenstein.
Exactly.
Like,
so then they just went
positionless.
to. I thought they went to just front court and back court.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can do multiple
if
positions
you need to.
if you need to, but
I'm okay if you want to flip him off for some of those guys or interchange him.
The only one I would go and parse the numbers and just based on this season would be Jamal Murray. He did not have his greatest season, if memory.
He went absolutely
he went
insane
on a run.
when Jokic went down for his injury.
He went on a run, but I think he was dinged up for a while too.
He had a pretty good year. I think you're thinking of the playoffs. His playoff run
I know the playoffs.
He played 75 games. He averaged 25 points, 7 assists, and 4.5 rebounds.
He kind of went nuclear once.
When Jokic went out, he carried him.
Shot
for a bit.
43.5% from 3.
Yeah,
that's a good clip right there.
Yeah, if anybody you want to debate on this, and I wouldn't because Duren was so bad in the playoffs. But
again, it's a regular season award.
You
got to separate the two.
And then Chet was second best defensive player in the league, behind Wemby.
I have no issue with it. I'm not going to yell about it.
No.
If you wanted to take one of those guys off and put him on, I'm okay with it. Durant or Holmgren or one of the others. Like, all right, I'll listen to the argument. I'm not outraged by it. He was unbelievable this year. He was an all-star. He had the best season that we've seen from a Blazer since prime Dame before he left. But it's that just shows you how difficult it is, and it might have saved the Blazers a little bit of money depending on how next season goes.
What did you call Bill Orm earlier? Mr. Wants to move the team.
Mr. Mover of the team. Yeah,
Mr. Wants to move the team. I'm gonna text him. Hey, that's your new nickname.
Hey, that's we're calling you on the streets, Bill.
He'd probably get all pissed off at you for it. But he did a Q&A with Dundon. You got another Dundon interview here.
He flew out to Raleigh to watch Game 2 that they won Game 2, and then I don't know if anybody saw, but they won Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
They're pretty good in overtime.
They're now 2 wins away from going to a Stanley Cup final. Yeah, pretty good.
We ever going to get him on the radio station? He's doing interviews.
I would guess
I think we have 2 shows reaching out to him.
maybe after. I mean, I imagine maybe after like draft time. I don't know what his calendar's probably a little discombobulated. Like Orem flew out to go see him in Raleigh.
Yeah.
This was I'm coming to you.
Also did the game over pod. I know Rich Paul's an agent and a massive mover and shaker.
I think that's why he did it.
Yeah, no, that's I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah, I'd love to get him on. I just love that he's talking.
Yeah.
And, people might not like the answers at all times, but I love that there's a consistent stream of communication coming from him.
Orem asks how he reconciles success in Raleigh with the way he's been treated so far in Portland and having proof of concept in one place, but people still being skeptical in the other. He said the world tends to want to highlight or look for problems. I don't know if that's more pronounced in Portland or not. Clearly, I'm doing stuff, and people have that perception of me. It would be crazy if I didn't think about what my role is in it, but it is strange to think that I was able to figure out how to build a bunch of successful businesses, employ thousands and thousands of people, then buy a hockey team, have some success, then the going in assumption is different than the way I see it. I have to think that's why that's happened. Maybe it's human nature to want to focus on the wrong things sometimes, and that's something I can't do anything about.
I mean, it's a good answer, and it's something that we've brought up repeatedly over the last however many months. I don't understand how. I get that it's not a direct apples-to-apples comparison, but as an ownership goes, anybody who follows hockey can tell you what the Carolina Hurricanes were for a decade prior to him showing up and what they've been since he arrived and how consistently they have won, and now, again, 2 wins away from a Stanley Cup. So you can tell me it's not a 1 + 1 = 2 correlation of you won in the NHL to the NBA. That's fine. I grant that. They're different leagues, different sports, different players, different payrolls, all of that. You cannot sit here and tell me that he doesn't know what he's doing and he's cost-cutting at every turn in Carolina to the detriment of the team, because that's just simply not the case.
Yeah, Orem walked around, I guess, before, I think it would have been Game 3, and was like...
Game 2,
thank you. And interviewed people and was like, hey, how do you feel about Tom Dundon? And it was a complete... 180 from us. It was awesome. This has been great. He's changed our community.
Go back and look what they all said when he took over the team. It was the same stuff that we were saying.
Fear-mongering.
He's going to move it to Houston. He fired their longtime TV play-by-play guy. This guy's going to cheat. He's going to, no.
Well, and there's still people that, Furness, I know, is one of these guys of this is a slime ball. I don't trust anything he does. Even to this day, despite Carolina maybe being on the doorstep of getting to the Stanley Cup. So you're not going to change how people feel about a guy when he makes decisions that he makes, especially with those kind of moves.
Mm-hmm.
But Orem basically asked about the staff reduction. My computer just froze, so it's perfect timing in the middle of a segment. Odyssey, Portland.
See if I can go pull it up.
I got it right here.
Okay.
So bear with me. He was asked basically about the staff reductions in Portland.
Yeah.
And his quote, they have twice as many people as we have in Carolina, and my experience is that less layers give people more accountability and they do a better job. Then you know that you're getting a great job done, and you don't end up in the situation where many companies end up, which is everyone's looking around for somebody else to do it, complaining about what's fair and not fair. I've seen the job done really well with a lot of accountability, no drama, and a lot of, honestly, happiness. People are happier when they're busy and productive. That is the way I think things should be done, and more people just create more problems usually. I think Portland just had too many people. I just asked them to look at it, and I think that they came to the same conclusion. We didn't run a budget or give them a goal, and now my computer is frozen and I can't scroll down. But basically something to the effect
he
of
didn't say go fire this many people to save this much money.
Now,
he said we need to trim.
You can certainly say, you believe that? And I can say, I don't know. I'm just reading the quote. But his thing was, we basically did not give them a specific mandate of headcount or budget. He just said, let's save some money here, and let's really, do we need X, Y, and Z?
Yeah.
They evaluated, and those are the cuts that they made. You don't have to believe that. Nope. I'm just reading the quote.
And very few people were on the basketball side of it. Almost overwhelmingly, it was a business side. And it just, look, it goes back to the same stuff we've said. This is kind of the difficulty with Dundon, is it feels like we're rehashing the same stuff almost over and over again.
No, I just wanted to read the latest quotes.
I'm glad that you did, but it just, again, it's my opinion hasn't changed. It's the idea of you had the largest payroll and the largest employee base of any NBA team and the lowest in revenue.
Yeah, that's a pretty straightforward.
Anybody with a business brain can tell you that doesn't work, and it doesn't make a lot of sense, and it's not like everything's been hunky-dory on the business side where we're lowest in sponsorships and ticket sales of the NBA. or one of the lowest. I can't remember exactly what the stats are to the Oregonian article that came out when all those folks got let go, unfortunately. And again, you don't want people to lose their jobs, but how does that connect? How does that work? Like, did you really think that wasn't going to change no matter who the ownership change was? The Allen family made cuts multiple times over the years. We know multiple people who have been fired by the Allen family. So this is a thing that happens in professional sports, and it's terrible that people lose their job. But him doing that was never a shock, and I do take him a little bit at face value there. I don't think there was a specific number that they wanted to get under budget-wise, because that will always change based on the revenue that you're bringing in. And it's more about how do we just get this down to a more manageable number of workforce and see where we go from there.
So he was asked about the arena situation in Raleigh versus what he's gone through already in Portland, and he said it seems like Portland's more political, it's more emotional. It's a more emotional subject. I think he's 100% right on that.
Yes, he is.
Carolina has a fund to bring sporting events to the state. There's a lot of businesses moving in. They're lowering their income tax. They're doing a lot of things. They're in a different place in terms of economic development. He said, when I first got to Portland, it was suggested they need a new arena. When I looked at it and said, well, the only way they could do a new arena is if they raise taxes, and I don't think they should raise taxes. It would be counterintuitive to raise taxes in a place that, for us, to be successful, we need business climate to improve. I think this was one of the more interesting answers to me.
Yes.
Of, you may not like the way he's doing all of the things, but what's fascinating is in a city that is really struggling, we're coming up with stupid legislative ideas of how to treat businesses in downtown. Like, oh, you don't have a tenant? You're getting taxed for that. It's like,
Right.
what? Why would you do that?
Right.
He is somebody that's really like, how do we make this better in total? And not just me. Obviously, I want to reap the rewards of some of this.
Of course.
But he's basically looking at it through a lens of the city needs to do well for us to do well. And I think that's an interesting point of view that obviously we all, I think, know that, but it doesn't get talked about because, to your point, when we talk about this, it tends to be T-shirts.
It's the same stuff over
staff
and over
cuts,
again. Yes.
And it's the same 3 or 4 thing. Objectionable coaching hire practices.
That he hasn't actually hired a coach yet.
Yeah, all of that stuff. It doesn't tend to be, hey, maybe this guy actually, the business community could benefit in some ways because it is important for the team to have good business relationships in the city and not be last in revenue.
I thought it was a great point, and one of the bigger takeaways for me was the idea we don't need a new arena because it's not going to work from a tax standpoint. How do we get enough funding to make the arena as modern as we possibly can, and then go from there? And it was a bit of a breath of fresh air instead of seeing an owner saying, no, I want a new $3 billion stadium, please.
He was also asked if anybody's reached out on behalf of other markets that might want the Blazers to relocate. He said, quote, I haven't talked to anybody else.
Yeah. Not even Kalamazoo? The Kazoos?
The Kazoos have
The
not
Kazoos
called
have not
on
called?
him yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
This is very interesting.
Give
like
it time.
I remember Clay Bennett.
Mhm.
I don't want to memory hole that.
This arena that he owned in Oklahoma City?
Well, that in like very roundabout, vague ways of answering questions, and that's just like, no, I haven't talked to anybody.
Yeah. This is, let's get the funding done. If it doesn't, then we're going to have to figure out some stuff here. But until that decision has been made, like, it's a non-starter.
Which he basically admitted. He's like, if the funding comes through, it's a done deal, and we can move forward and
Yes.
get it all figured
Let's
out.
sign a lease and we're good to go. That story dies.
For the
Now
rest
let's
of our
go hire a
careers.
coach for $7 million and let that one die too. Please, for the love of God.
Actually, I want Tiago to get the job.
You
It'd
want
be
Thiago
the
back?
funniest outcome. I was
It would
told
be really funny.
multiple times to my face, Tiago would never take that job. He's been way too disrespected.
I'm still on Team Jeff Van Gundy.
JVG.
I'm still on JVG.
A lot more to get into in the second hour of the radio program. Dirt and Sprague, we roll on 105.1 The Fan.
Now.
Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan for the second straight series, the New York Knicks complete a sweep in emphatic fashion, blowing out the Cavs 130-93 and have landed themselves in the NBA Finals for the first time in 27 seasons. Now they await an opponent. Western Conference Finals Game 5 set for tonight in Oklahoma City. Thunder and Spurs tied up at 2 games each. A.J. Mitchell is out. Jalen Williams questionable for OKC. Tip set for 5:30. You can hear it on 910 ESPN Portland. Our pregame coverage begins at 5. Thunder holding his 5.5-point favorites. Portland Fire taking the season series from the New York Liberty. They get an 81-74 victory to close out their road trip in the Big Apple. Carla Late had 18, hit the game-clinching 3 over Breanna Stewart, and they will come home for the first of 3 Wednesday against the Connecticut Sun. The NCAA baseball tournament field released on Monday. The Ducks earning the 11th national seed and will host a regional. And they welcome in some old friends to PK Park. Oregon State, Washington State will be here along with Yale. Games begin this Friday. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan.
All right, it's a Mail Sack Tuesday, so get those Mail Sack questions in at the Fan text line, 503-864-6326. That's the Sparta TRT
Mail Sack.
that we'll get to in the final hour. It's nice to have everybody back on a Tuesday. Hope your extended vacation was nice, relaxing.
God, that third day is incredible, is it not? I mean, I know you had 4, but that idea on a Sunday of not having the wait a minute. It's like a Saturday.
You don't really get the scary Mondays either.
No.
Like by mid to late Monday, you're kind of in the.
All right, I'm ready.
I'm good enough.
Yeah.
That was good enough. I'm ready to get back into it.
Had my breather. I had my time off. Got things done that I needed to. Had my downtime.
I know.
I'm ready to go back to work.
I love when a team makes the championship and they haven't made it or they haven't been in a long time, the laundry list of stuff. Have you guys seen the Knicks one?
No, 1999.
So this is more of I think everybody's going to, the iPhone, the iPod. They're going to just name off every.
Oh, we do the time capsule from
the time
1999.
capsule.
What was number 1 on the TRL list?
Here's something better that I think is more in line with how everything is going in society. Gas was $1.11 a gallon.
Don't worry, the war's coming to an end, man.
We got a great deal.
We're going to open up the street. You mean the one that was already open? Let's close it, open it. I don't know.
Had somebody bring that up. I hope we get that deal done today. And I was like, oh, we got a new deadline for the deal? The new deal? Is this a new deal?
The deal we already had.
The last deal? Yeah. I don't even know what deal we're on anymore.
Get the out of here.
$1.11 a gallon is insane to think about, isn't it?
Life used to be a little bit easier, didn't it?
Oh, my God. Think about your life right now with your truck.
How much money I would save. $109 last time I filled up my gas tank.
Dude.
A lot of people complaining about that 4 years ago that aren't complaining anymore. What happened?
I might pivot out of being a soy boy. I might go get me a Tundra, man. We get a big-ass truck.
You're driving a raised-up diesel truck now for $1 a gallon?
Dozen eggs, 95 cents.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Sub $1.
I mean, the chickens got really expensive, to be fair. Those chickens, I mean,
they're clucking, dude.
You got to paint their nails. It's the whole thing, dude. They're manicured.
How about this one? Talk about a time capsule. Median U.S. home price, $158,700. I remember grabbing flyers.
Boomers ain't moving off those houses, man.
We used to grab flyers in our neighborhood in Park Rose, and we just walking through, and you'd see, we just want to check out the house without going in.
Sure.
So you'd get the flyer, right? And you'd always see the price, and it'd be like $140, $135, $150. Whoa, this house is kind of big.
Can you even buy a plot of land in the surrounding area for less than $200,000 right now?
I mean, if you can, it's a terrible piece of land that you need to hire.
To clean it
like
up.
Like an excavation company to come in and flatten it and make it so you can have a house on it. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was under 11,000.
Yeah.
What's it at now?
Oh, God, I don't know.
What's the Dow? Because the Dow tells me all I need to know about the economy.
Where's my stocks app? I don't know where
Don't you
I don't know where my stocks app is. I'm fine.
All right, well, we know that number is much higher.
It's much higher than that.
Netflix was just mail order.
Yeah.
Much like a Russian bride.
Used to have those at my 7-Eleven in the neighborhood.
The euro was 5 months old. That's insane.
It's a later invention.
And cell phones didn't have GPS.
No, they didn't. You used to have to print out your directions with MapQuest if you needed a way, or use an old, use the old map.
That's the best one that I saw, and that's from Alicia Jessup on social media.
Wait till the next time we go to an NBA Finals. What was the price of everything in 1992? A little bit cheaper.
Damn, dude.
Average house price, $17.
What was gas 7 years prior to the Knicks in 99?
Let me see the average gas price in 1992.
What would you guess? 88 cents?
95 cents a gallon.
You think it was 95? So in 7 years, it only jumped, what would that be, 19
In 1992, the average retail price for a gallon of regular gasoline in the United States was $1.13.
Oh.
$1.13.
In 92?
In 1992.
Look at us,
Yes.
99, knocking it down 2 cents.
It did. It went down a little bit.
How about that?
Might have been the Gulf War. Might have had something to do with that. We were also in a war in the Middle East in 1992. So.
Well, there's any decade you could point to. We've been in the Middle East.
Yeah,
just give us 10 years or more.
Something going on over there.
We'll find a way back over there. You got to get all those people freedom,
That's right.
Did you see the unfortunate curse of the fan?
No, I didn't. What happened? Who got cursed?
Well, unfortunately, Phil Neville got cursed by being on 105.1 The Fan.
Our guy got canned this weekend. I was bummed about that. I know the Timber fans were probably not bummed because I think they've wanted him out for a while.
Here's my question on Timber fans.
He just seemed like a good chap. He seemed like a good dude.
Portland.
I know.
I enjoyed our conversation
In my brief
with him.
15-minute conversation with him, he seemed like a lovely individual, and he invited us down to play golf in Palm Springs.
I think he'll have more time to do that.
Got a lot of time for
Maybe
that
we can
now.
still play golf with him in Palm Springs.
Here's
Reach out
my
to him.
question for Timber fans, not knowing much about the team. I've been following. I haven't been watching per se. My Premier League season is finally over.
Yeah, they got smoked again on Saturday.
I watched my team's final match from the beach house in my jersey. We had a push with Bournemouth. Swag Spurs avoided relegation.
Avoided disaster.
West Ham.
Inspired effort.
See you later. But that being said, I've seen that they've been terrible.
Yeah.
Swag asked a really good question. Who hires a coach/manager first? The Timbers or the Blazers?
Ooh. How does this usually work in soccer?
Well, it's unique
Did they go
because
interim guy?
They did not
usually hire
initially
out.
name an interim person. Now, you have a unique situation because they are on break. So there's 3 weeks where
that's
everybody's
right.
gone.
They're going to hire out.
Are they not? Are they done now on break? The break is
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That happened quickly.
So they have 3 weeks where you can't have any contact with. Nobody can practice. Nobody can train. Nobody can do anything.
World Cup break.
So in 3 weeks, your players that are not involved on World Cup teams can start training again. But the next game's not till the middle of July.
Well, so my team,
That is very unique. That's interesting. Makes sense to fire him now. You got some
So
time to
I'm
figure
not
it out.
surprised, they had a poor effort against San Jose and lost, and they're not, they're two teams from the bottom of the conference. So,
Yeah, 3-1.
but I think they have a similar roster issue as the Blazers are dealing with. It's like, what do you honestly expect them to do with a lot of youth and inconsistency and injuries and whatever else? So
I think that's the thing is like in baseball, your baseball team is this way. They've been terrible.
Yeah, absolutely terrible.
But they also hired a manager with 0 big league experience coming from college.
They did.
And he's got a very different approach to it. He's kind of a bro-y guy, younger, and the Giants are terrible. Is it his fault or does the roster suck?
There's always a combination to a certain extent, but I largely blame the roster and guys underwhelming. Guys that you have on big contracts not performing, that's an issue for
I
you.
think hockey, it's very unique in this way. I think hockey, baseball, basketball, and soccer are all the same level of, well, what's your roster? Football roster is important, but we've also see the benefits of great coaching.
You can coach your way around it.
look
yes,
what
exactly.
Torts did with Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good example.
He
Vegas
got hired
is,
2 weeks before the end of the season, and they were scuffling
They're red
there.
hot. They're up 3-0
Right.
on the Avalanche right
And
now in
he's
the
like
conference
18-4-1 since he took over.
But he's been fired 18 times.
Yeah,
So
there's no
Exactly.
doubt about that. I would go back to even locally an example. I think would be a Jonathan Smith or a Chip Kelly, right? Like Chip Kelly got Oregon to a level where their roster talent wasn't supposed to be at. And I think Jonathan
He
Smith did the
overperformed
same.
the
I think
roster.
Jonathan Smith
Yes.
never recruited 4 and 5-star guys, and he was
Right.
having them win 10 games at the end of it.
Right.
Now, I know it didn't go well for him at Michigan State, but that's an example of what coaching can do for you in football.
In football, it's much
where
different.
If you have an idiot calling the plays and not running the show with what they had roster-wise at either of
Yeah.
those spots at those times, you're not reaching a
Well-
national title game or winning 10-plus games.
So take, what's the Vegas guy's name? Tortorella?
Yeah, John Tortorella.
Tortorella?
Torts.
Yeah. Torts. Just call him Torts.
Why did you laugh? I thought I
guess
got that right.
I felt like you were going to go with a tortellini there. I don't know. The way you were saying it was a little slow. I thought
Tortorella.
there was a leanie
I
coming
almost
at the
did
end.
the leanie.
I mean, I love tortellini.
Good vodka sauce with it.
Who doesn't love tortellini?
But I'm just saying, like, they could win the cup, and then next year they could start out and,
he'd get
like,
fired. After a month, if they're
Yeah.
losing, he's going to
Yeah.
get fired.
and they're not going to hesitate on that.
No, that's the way hockey teams
In
operate.
football, like, you see a guy that has it or he doesn't have it. And some guys are debatable because maybe they haven't reached the height of expectation. But in all these sports, they're so similar of, like, I heard Timberfan was chanting fire Neville.
Yeah, Saturday.
How about you fire the general manager? Your roster is embarrassing bad right now.
Yeah, it seems to be a bigger issue for you.
In the NBA, it's the same way. Like, it's Jeff Van Gundy, it's Thiago Splitter, is it Tyler Lastbrick? How about none of it matters if your roster doesn't change over? How about you focus on the roster?
What's the South Park guy who needs help walking? What's his character's name?
Oh.
That's where I was going mentally with that one. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's kind of, that's how I
who's
view
yelling about the Blazer coach.
Well, that's
right
kind of
now?
how I view the sports fans here. It's like, I'm not telling you don't have evidence to point to a guy
No, of
not
course it
being
can- yeah.
perfect,
Right.
but these are all sports that are Jimmy's and Joe's driven, and instead of like doing fire the coach, how about, hey, make a tree, make a big super sweet tree. Like, focus on actual stuff that matters here instead of
help you win.
debating if Lashbrook or Jeff Van Gundy or Phil Neville and Tyler Neville or Bill Neville. I don't know what Neville is.
All the
Aaron
Neville
Neville?
brothers. Aaron Neville? Yeah, all the Neville
damn
brothers,
it,
man.
dude.
It's
Whatever Neville it takes,
tough
figure it
weekend
out.
for
But
the Neville bros.
it's a roster-based sport.
Yeah.
So why are we chanting fire the coach?
It's a great question, Bob. It's a great question. I've never quite understood it, and I go back to multiple examples in my fandom. Outside, football's the one that will always kind of stand out because I feel like it's easier in football to
I think
connect
football is
the
separate.
1A to 1.
Yes,
Of
I've
like,
always felt that
like
way.
Mark Helfrich, it was pretty easy to call for him to get fired. Of like, this is clearly not going. It was here, now it's here. You're the man in charge.
Pretty
Like,
easy to see
this
that
is pretty
line.
obvious.
Yeah.
And in every other case, I will never understand the idea of keeping a general manager and firing a head coach. I will never, as if you can bring somebody in that will call X's and O's plays and overcome the roster shortcomings that you have.
The only
happen.
way that makes sense is if there's something internally in the locker room where there's
by all means,
a schism between the players and the coach for whatever reason, whether it's
they're not listening to him, they don't respect him, they whatever.
Yeah.
I think hockey, I don't want to make this a whole just like other sport thing, but I think it's valid in our conversation. I think hockey and soccer are weirdly unique in this. There is a thing where if your locker room is out after 1 or 2 games, you can't recover from it.
That happened to Mike Johnston when he went, the Winterhawks coach or former coach, when he went to Pittsburgh. I
yeah.
wasn't exact. I mean, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but he goes, he takes over. It's Sidney Crosby's like this multi-cup champion.
Yeah.
And it didn't quite gel.
doesn't
and
jive,
he
yes.
didn't quite get the buy-in from the
Yes.
biggest guy, and then you get turfed, and then the interim guy, ironically ended up winning a cup that year when he took over. And so sometimes that's the way that it goes. You got to get buy-in from your biggest players.
Yeah, and so I think hockey and soccer uniquely are built to, like, my team had 4 managers this year. Swag, I think yours had 3, right?
3 or 4, yeah. And
So,
finally, the last guy
Found a way to win some
found a
games.
way
Yeah.
to inspire him.
I don't know if he's good. I don't know if my guy is good, but he inspired them to play well in the final month. I don't know how much that's X's and O's versus good vibes, dude.
Hey, yeah, you're doing
Way
what
to
you
have
need
the
to
right
do.
vibes here.
Yeah. Believe, put a sign up. Let's slap it.
Yeah, basketball, you need a little more. I think baseball and basketball are unique of, like, you can replace the manager or coach, but it's not as simple as like, oh, you've lost 4 games, you're fired.
Right.
It's a little more like, hey, it's been 3 months.
Let's wait this thing out a little bit. The
Yeah.
season's going on for 9 months to begin with.
Yes.
So a 3-month stretch is, let's get a bigger sample size, okay?
Right.
We still have 160 games to go.
Well, our apologies to Phil Neville. I think we got you fired. I think
R.I.P.
it's-
Phil. I mean, he's not dead, but we miss you.
It was
We're
the
gonna
fan
miss you.
curse.
It was the fan curse.
The Dirt and Sprague bump. We got Bryce Fisher.
Didn't make the cut.
We finished last.
Yeah.
And then Phil Neville.
Wayne Tinkle.
Wayne Tinkle.
Don't forget the Tinkler.
Dude.
Anybody else we got canned?
We interviewed Terry Stotts.
We did. We
He
loved
eventually
Terry.
got canned.
Terry was a fan of the show.
Dude, we're 0 for 4 right now.
We've had Mike Johnston on the show. He got,
We have.
Yeah, he had come on at one point.
We've had Jonathan on.
We did have Jonathan
Oh, no.
Smith on. We've had Lanning on. Oh, God. Don't you do it. Don't you take out my sweet prince.
Hold on.
Don't you do it.
Hold on tight.
Hold on to your butts.
All right. Back with more Dirt and Sprague. It's a Mail Sack Tuesday on Portland Sports Leader 105.1, The Fan. So a couple of funny things to point out. I was going to get to some NFL notes. I'll leave those for you, Dirt. Some good NFL notes out there today. A Mail Sack Tuesday. Get to that in the final hour of the radio program. A couple funny observations, one of which is about my life, and the other is something that happened in sports. And so I'm going to kind of do a weird mashup segment here.
Love a good mashup.
So my mom has been going through a lot of of her stuff in her house the last 4 to 5 weeks. I've been going over there, and we've been trying to get rid of stuff.
Cleaning stuff out.
This is a
decluttering.
Yeah, this is a woman who grew up incredibly poor, didn't have stuff, and then finally gets to a point in her life where she makes money. She starts buying stuff.
You want stuff. Everybody wants stuff.
And now she's like, help me, I'm buried in stuff. And I'm like, great, let's get rid of your stuff. Well, one of those things was a Louis Vuitton fanny pack.
Okay.
Now, a really big size fanny pack, not a tiny one.
So a larger fanny pack.
A larger than normal Louis Vuitton, like a real Louis Vuitton.
Okay.
And she forgot she had it.
Is it Louis or Louis?
It's Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, Louis Vuitton.
Okay.
And so she goes, do you want this? My wife's like, no. And I go, give me that bad boy. I love a fanny pack. So I decided to bring my fanny pack to the beach this weekend.
Ooh, I think I saw a photo of this.
And I put it around my waist the first day, and it looked terrible. Yeah. I mean, it just looked embarrassing.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you know what? We're going over the shoulder, strap, Indiana Jones style with the Louis.
Cool dad look.
Well, I've learned that because of my cheap nature and background, now people assume that when I'm wearing Louis, it's fake. So now I got people in the house I'm staying in accusing me of wearing fake Louis.
Fake Louis.
And not going, oh, my God, you got a Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, you got to defend yourself.
You saw the guy in the back alley at Times Square?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, like, is that a Louis Vuitton or a Louis Vuitton?
I got a Rolex on here. I got a Rolex.
And I think that's the good thing about who I am is if you know me, you're going to think that's fake. You're not going to want to take that from me.
Dude, it's maybe the best part about New York, to be honest, is the fake stuff that you can buy.
Yeah.
Dude, it's like $10. You get a watch. It lasts like 4 months, but for 4 months, it looks like you're wearing a Rolex.
There you go.
That was the cool thing about Vietnam.
Now, if I was rocking the Louis Vuitton
yeah, you'd look
thing,
like Oswego.
Right.
Yeah.
But Bougie Brandon came out to play this week.
Nice.
Bougie Brandon's out of the coast.
Yeah, Bougie Brandon.
Drinking his $9 lattes and his
Bougie
medium
Brandon all
pizzas.
summer long.
Yeah, Bougie Brandon was feeling pretty good to the point where I was at Pelican because we were in Pacific City.
Yeah.
And as I was getting up leaving, a woman coincidentally behind me had a massive Louis bag.
Say Louis.
And I said,
oh, baby.
I grabbed the Louis fanny pack and I go, nice bag. And she starts laughing out loud. She's like, oh, yeah, Louis. And I just walked away like, look at me.
There you go.
Louis
Did your
V.
pinky start floating out when you were
Bougie
picking up the...
I did see this. It was on Instagram this weekend, and it was like, let's go back to that. Was that what oh, okay. All right. That's a big fanny pack.
It is a big fanny pack. It's a little uncomfortable.
I'm also not going to make fun of it because I know my fanny pack days are right around the corner for me.
Dude.
If you're around, I don't want 18 things. And we were walking around on Sunday. It was my father-in-law's birthday, so we went to go get a coffee and walk around.
Yeah.
The second we leave my in-laws' house, the wife turns to me and says, "Can you hold on to my phone?"
Oh,
and I'm
there
like,
it is. Now your
I'm
pockets
wearing
are full.
my shorts are not like
now your shorts are being
my
pulled
shorts
down a
are
little bit.
falling down with it.
Yeah.
Now I got to tie them tighter.
Yep.
So I know the fanny pack days aren't that far off.
It's a clutch item. We make fun of it, but I'm pro fanny pack. The Louis one is at least big enough, but Bougie Brandon came out to play.
Bougie Brandon, baby.
Bougie Brandon is here. And I thought that was maybe the funniest thing I'd experienced or seen all weekend. And then when I got home, I saw a video of the Houston Astros jumping up and down celebrating a combined no-hitter, and I started laughing out loud. And I said,
to tell you how meaningless that is, I didn't even see that they had a combined no-hitter.
They did it yesterday against the Rangers.
Yeah.
In fact, it was the funniest combined no-hitter because it was a delayed no-hitter. The final pitch was challenged. So instead of final pitch, oh, we did it! It's final pitch. Wait. Oh, we did it!
It's a no-hitter!
And it's like 5 of them jumping up and down, and Texas fans like, good
That's congrats on
job.
that. I mean, that's cool that you guys did that, but
Well, Astros fans haven't had much to cheer about
I mean, they're
this
on
year.
their win streak
Well,
right now.
look, yeah,
they won
haven't
4 in a row.
let's not act like outside of cheating, the last 10 years have been very solid to the Houston Astros.
It's been great.
The idea of a combined no-hitter, I don't even know. I mean, you cheer after your team wins a game if you're there in person.
This is never, even in the era of no-hitters being a thing that people cared about, which is a weirdly sad thing to me in sports because I'm one of these people that doesn't care.
See, I still will maintain it depends on who does it. If Paul Skeens throws a no-hitter, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Not massive,
but I'm not
it's a deal.
surprised by it. Like, that's the thing
No.
about the no-hitter is it used to catch you off guard, and now I got this Mizorowski guy. He's like throwing
Just
103.
pumping 108, dude.
Just, pumping 108. And I'm like, oh, he threw a no-hitter? Yeah, nobody can hit that. I totally get it.
Yeah.
The combined no-hitter, even in the era of no-hitters mattering, never mattered.
No.
Nobody celebrated it.
No.
It was a weird thing to
It's
celebrate.
not a thing you remember. It doesn't go down. It shouldn't, at least on your. I mean, maybe it does in the team history books, but
having witnessed one in person thrown against my team,
you did. The Mariners.
There's nothing worse feeling
than
watching your team on a
combined
If
no-hitter.
Mizorowski comes out and he's
And he
throwing
does it
105 and strikes out 18, you shrug your shoulders and go,
"What are you
But
going to do?"
5 different guys coming out to do it, and you're like, nobody can get hit of any of them?
6 different Mariners
righty,
roll out there, and you can't scratch out a hit.
Sidearm, underarm, overarm.
Yeah, but it's a weird thing of like that guy pitched for an inning and a third. That guy pitched for 2 innings and a third.
And this guy makes his major league debut and closes you out.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but I don't know. It's a weird thing where I'm like, is this?
It's pretty meaningless in modern accomplishments. It's pretty meaningless.
The combined no-hitter, sounds good in theory, but really it's more about the other team being futile than the pitching staff dominating them. Unless they combine to strike out 23 dudes.
Let me see how
but
many
then even
Ks
then,
were
I
in
feel
this.
like I'm making more fun of the other team than I am crediting the team who did it. It's more of like Jesus, how did you let that happen to you?
If Skeens or Mizorowski
one of the
or
dominant guys.
Ohtani or somebody just got you baffled all day, then whatever.
Okay, there were total Ks. Give me a second here. There were 4.
Exactly.
4 pitchers?
4 Ks.
Only 4 strikeouts?
The Rangers only struck out 4 times.
That also tells you that there's a massive element of luck involved. Because if you're putting the ball in play that many times, that's a
I don't want to be
brutally bad luck day.
The Rangers also 24 and 28 going into this game. They suck.
Some people would think 24 and 28 is a good record.
If the Mariners...
Some of us would argue
Well, in
that.
the AOS, it's a good
It
record.
is. If the Mariners beat the Athletics today, the entire division will be sub 500.
Shoot him to the sun, dude.
You're
not allowed in the
terrible.
playoffs this year. It's not happening.
So bad.
See, my outfield brought back the Key and Peele skit.
Oh, they're doing it?
They did it even worse this time.
Aggressively pumping?
Which I don't mind. We're terrible this year, so give me something to laugh about. And they had 2 guys get down on their knees, and one guy, I know, right? And one guy pumped. Long pause.
Hold on.
Pump again.
What?
Even longer pause. Third pump. It wasn't yesterday because they got killed yesterday by Arizona. It would have been Sunday's game. Sunday's game. I don't even know who they're playing this week.
There's a couple people.
Oh, they're evaluating. Yeah, except when you say when 2 guys get down on the knees.
They got down on their knees, did they not?
He pumps them as if he's shooting them in the face.
Yeah.
And then they fall backwards.
Yeah.
No, I'm just telling you what he looks like. He pumps, and one guy goes down on his back.
There's a couple of suits at the Major League front offices just...
Giants fans are split on it because they're terrible, so you shouldn't be having fun,
but it's also kind of funny.
Yes, it's a weird mixture.
Place to be.
I'm embarrassed and laughing.
Do you know how many middle school boys in San Francisco are going to be doing this in the hallway? Ooh. Billy, get off your knees!
It's like us back in the day doing the
don't
suck
do that again!
Walking around 6th grade. Suck!
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Everybody.
Who wasn't doing that?
Everybody was.
You were doing flyby suckets.
Boom! Down the hallway. That was a greeting for 6th graders.
You had to do them to the right teachers, though. The wrong teacher, you're going to the office.
Back
the
in
right teacher, he's like,
man.
I'm going to get you back with the dodgeball. Don't worry.
It's
coming back.
PE's after lunch, buddy, and I'm coming for you.
Combined no-hitters.
Pretty meaningless.
At just the celebration, as if they won the World Series.
Calm down,
All 5
Houston.
of you, calm down.
Yay!
On an ABS challenge. A lot to get to in the 3rd and 4th hours of the radio program. We will get to the mail sack coming up in the old final hour. So get your mail sack questions in to 503-864-6326.
Mail sack.
Brought to you by Sparta TRT. A lot of NFL notes on the docket as well. Hour number 3 and 4 ahead on 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up.
Do not Go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Kept alive by the Knicks. Brunson for three right side. No good. Anunoby with the follow jam. The Cavs just watched him as he dunked it through a 12-0 Knick run.
There's Dave. I won't tell you where I'm eating dinner. Pash on ESPN Radio. Anunoby put up a dunk for a 12-0 run. Cleveland will finish the postseason 8-10 with a 444 win percentage, tied for the worst winning percentage in NBA postseason history. The 1971 Bullets went 8-10 as well.
I think James Harden is now 2 games away from tying the all-time NBA record for playoff games without a title. I believe that record is held by Karl Malone, and so he'll probably hit that next year. Congrats to James. Well done.
Who's stinking it up? Cleveland at home, brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. You know that slow drain you've been meaning to deal with? Call Three Mountains Home Services today, and they'll clear your stubborn drain with an accessible clean-out for only $59. Plus, at the same time, provide a free estimate for a mainline replacement. It's easy to schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com today.
a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Spurs and Thunder now know who their opponent will be in the NBA Finals if they can win the Western Conference Finals. Game 5 tonight in OKC. A.J. Mitchell is out. Jalen Williams questionable for the Thunder. 5:30 tip. You can hear it on 910 ESPN Portland. Our pregame coverage starts at 5. Thunder 5.5-point favorites. Portland Fire wrap up their road trip with a victory over the Liberty in New York, 81-74. Carla Late had 18 points, had the game-clinching 3 right over Breanna Stewart. And now they come home to start a 3-game homestand against the Connecticut Sun on Wednesday. The Oregon Ducks baseball team earning the 11th national seed in the NCAA baseball tournament and will host the Eugene Regional starting this Friday. They will take on Yale, while Oregon State and Washington State meet in the other game. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Welcome back in. Hour number 3. Dirt and Sprague here. Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM The Fan, 1080 AM. The Odyssey app live on YouTube.
Take your hands and put it down your pants, son.
It's kind of what my baseball team did on Sunday. We got a lot to get to in this hour of radio. Hope everybody had a good 3-day weekend and some time off with some friends and family for Memorial Day. And it's a quick turn and burn one for me. It's only 2 shows this week. This could be weird. Not having Monday and then being out Thursday. Friday.
So Friday you have an obligation. Thursday, the funniest one about Thursday was last week. You waited the whole day, and then you went, yeah, man, I didn't want to bring this up on a text.
By the way, you had somebody else texting you the night before. I didn't want to pile on you, you know?
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's all right. You know, you get text messages, you react to the text, but you had held it in basically to tell me.
Yeah, I was going to be out Thursday and
You're
Friday.
missing Thursdays. Well, Friday I get.
Yeah.
It makes sense. I should have done more of what you're doing Friday when I was going through that. But I was young and stupid.
Yeah, we got an ultrasound on Friday.
Thursday, you're golfing.
Yeah. Dude, I hit it pretty good on Friday, too. Games film. It's going to be a good summer.
Is it?
It's going to be a good summer.
I really want to play this week.
We're making good contact. It's like, you know.
Okay.
The edges are there.
We're getting back into the low 80s?
We need some refining to go on. I think I shot
right.
an 86 Friday, which is I'll take this time of year.
Did you see the answers they asked some of the players after the PGA? They were asking a lot of them, what is a good golfer score-wise? Did you see that?
No.
So Rory had the most.
Like for an amateur, like just an average weekend golfer. Like
for
if
them
you're
to
good,
say, "Oh, that guy's good."
Hey, he's a good golfer.
For a pro to say you're a good golfer, did you see what most of them said?
I'd guess you got to shoot in the upper 70s. No. What'd they say?
Most of them said if you're in the mid 80s, they think you're good. That if you really think about it, you're only a couple bad swings away.
Yeah, I mean to shoot 84 is 40 or 42, 42.
You're like. What, how many holes away from like having a great round?
That's 6 over on each side. That's not bad at all.
Rory was like, 75.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, okay, Rory.
All right,
Rory.
Quit being a little bitch, Rory, all right? Quit doing that, all right? Well, we have a lot to get to in this hour of radio. I got some football things in my nuggies we'll get to. Millsack coming up top of the hour, 1 hour from now, so make sure you get your questions in to the fan text line 503-864-6326. The sack is filling up with some good questions that are coming in. So we'll get to those coming up 1 hour from now. We also have the NBA coming out with the framework for how their tanking stuff's going to look, and we're just making Adam Silver the president of everybody. He has the ability to unilaterally go in and change draft selections.
I mean,
how is that not going to backfire?
David Stern basically ruled this way for 30 years.
Also a way that it might crush our team, and I'll explain that. We'll get to that coming up in a little bit. Whenever these come out, though, I can't avoid them. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, we officially have Week 0 and Week 1 college football lines?
Oh, do we get the lines out?
According to DraftKings.
What's Oregon favored over Portland State?
Let's play Guess the Game. Oregon State.
That's Week 3.
That is
it's
week
Portland
3.
State week
Portland
3?
State. They open with Boise State at home.
Boise State, Oklahoma State, and then Portland State. Yeah.
I was playing golf with a buddy who's already like, Big Dave's already worried about Oklahoma State week 2.
Oh,
new quarterback, new coach on the road. It's gonna be hot. I'm like, yeah, trap game. Trap game. Let's
hot
play
everywhere, Dave.
Guess that line.
Yeah.
You guys open up against Houston at home.
Yep.
The decent little Big 12 team coming to town.
Well,
guess the line. Oregon State are they at Houston or hosting Houston?
They're at Houston. They were hosting Houston last year.
So at Houston, guess the line.
Houston has a terrible home field advantage.
They do not have a great home field advantage.
Because, who cares about football at Houston? It's really just a basketball school.
I don't even know if they care about the Texans down there, to be honest.
They don't. That being said, I'm going to guess Houston minus 10.5.
Houston minus 10.5?
I think it's double digits, and Houston's the favorite.
If you think 10.5 is the line, dare I send you in the direction to go gamble on your Oregon State Beavers? According to DraftKings, the opening line for Oregon State Houston, 18.5.
Oh, okay, so I shortchanged Houston on that.
Shortchanged Houston on that.
Well, Willie Fritz should have lost last year. That was an all-time collapse by Trent Bray in Oregon State.
You guys had a few of those last year.
I don't find him particularly amazing, Willie Fritz. I know his resume isn't awful, but something about him, I don't know. I watched that team last year, and I'm like, this team sucks. I thought this guy was a great coach. And then they had that random comeback at the end.
He's got a weird vibe to him where it's just not...
He doesn't feel elite.
No.
But we kind of talk about him like, oh, what about Houston in the Big 12?
He's older. It's just, he's a unique coach in that
Tulane.
way.
I give him that.
I get it. He's been decent.
Yeah.
But, there's not a lot of...
Decent.
You know who he kind of reminds me of? Not that he's a bad coach, because, again, he had a good year last year. There's a Brent Brennan vibe there.
Oh,
you're just kind of old and milquetoast, and I don't really know the personality. I don't know a lot about you. I feel like they look the same.
Brennan is, I think, significantly younger.
Is he? How old is Brent Brennan?
I think Brent Brennan's like 48.
He's 48?
Don't quote me on that.
What?
He was a...
he looked...
How old is he?
53.
Okay,
You're not
so
that
I wasn't
far
off.
off.
What's Willie Fritz?
Willie Fritz is 66. That's a big gap. Doesn't Brent Brennan look older than 53?
No.
He's been gray for like 17 years. What is he, Steve Martin?
Well, how do you gauge old looking? Gray hair?
Gray hair will do it to me.
Really?
Yeah. Looking at him, if you told me, I'm shocked that Brent Brennan's 53. I would have guessed he was 53 a decade ago.
You think hair color is more of an indicator of age to you?
I do.
Than like wrinkles?
I mean, he's got wrinkles too. He's scaly. He's got wrinkles.
Well, he's got the sunshine wrinkles.
Yes,
he's in
he
the
does.
sun a lot, so when he
was at San Jose State, now he's
got
Arizona.
the coach feet going on a little bit.
He's working in the hot weather all the time.
Interesting. You think gray hair is the tale, huh?
I do. Maybe I need to change that because a lot of people go gray earlier in life. Maybe it's baldness. I'm going bald. I got that going for me.
Well,
you guys are 18.5-point dogs at Houston week 1.
I don't know if I love that line. Did you see the Nemec had a story about Oregon State's funding? Did you see this?
No.
So the NIL, there's an NIL account on social media, and it basically puts out teams and what they spent on NIL.
Okay.
And they said Oregon State was spending $15 million.
On their football roster?
On the football roster, and then they broke down how much each guy, like it showed Malik Murphy still making $1.5 million.
So this is for this year?
This year.
Okay.
And so Nemec on his West Coast Bias thing reached out to Oregon State coaches like, is this true? And he basically said they laughed, and they said, that's not close to true.
As an overshot or an undershot?
That's an overshot.
I was going to say, $15 million seems like a lot for Oregon State.
Yeah, it seems insane for Oregon State.
I did a segment when you were out on Friday. I thought there was good news in terms of the Group of 6 football budgets came out in terms of how much, just not roster related, but just everything football budget-wise. And like 7 of the top 10 teams were in the Pac-12 conference. So the majority of the biggest spenders at that level are in the same conference, which I think bodes well long-term for the Pac-12. Oregon State, I want to say, was 4th on the list, and Washington State was a little bit behind them. Randomly, like Colorado State was
Colorado
one.
State's like number 1. Boise
spending
State's
a lot.
2.
Boise State's up there. So
Yeah.
it's good news, at least that some of them are spending. Yeah, $15 million seems a little steep. 18.5, that's your opening line on the road at Houston. I had totally forgotten this until I saw this, that we get an Apple Cup to start the season this year.
Wasn't it the first or second game last year?
It was early, but I don't believe it was week 1.
first.
It was not week 1, but I want to say week 2 or week 3. It was later on in non-conference.
Because they struggled for a minute there at Pullman, and then they ended up pulling away.
It was an entertaining game for about 3 quarters. Yeah,
Yes.
then the Huskies ended up winning big. The game is back in Seattle this year. Kicks off the season.
Is it in Montlake or is it at Lumen?
Montlake.
Okay.
At least Husky fan can correct me if I'm wrong there. I'm 99% sure it's in Montlake. I think that was a 1-year. Let's come to an agreement. Let's play it in Seattle, and then at Pullman at UW
they're going to keep
Stadium.
going back and forth.
Yeah, I believe so,
Okay.
but maybe I'm wrong on that. Husky fan, let me know. They are favored 21.5 at home against the Cougs. 21.5 is your opening line.
Dude, I'm not going to pretend to know.
I mean, who
at
knows
least
what
know
Washington State will look like. Yeah.
Washington State's is new coach, new team. I guess you could say, hey, their last couple coaches have fared okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's no feel on whenever you change as much as Washington State has changed, there's no feel on them early in the year. Maybe they end up being better than we give them credit for. I feel like that happened last time they lost a coach and Dickert stepped in, and you're like, that was at least passive.
Well, and then Dickert left, and
Dickert left, and last year they were better than they better than a lot of people thought they were going to be coming into the year. So maybe it happens again with the Cougs. It's just always hard to tell this time of year. So 21.5 is the line there. Guess the line on Oregon, Boise State at Autzen Stadium.
I'm going to say Oregon minus 14.5.
Ooh, okay. Then maybe you want to bet on Boise State. 24.5 is the opening line.
24.5?
24.5. Week 1, Oregon hosting Boise State.
God, have you guys even ever beat Boise State?
Not by 24.5. We haven't, no. I think the last time we beat them was the first time we ever beat them in the regular season.
That was, yeah.
And it took a miracle punt return and a kick return. 24.5? What are you, crazy? Give me Boise State plus the
like
points.
An aggressive line.
Yes, give me those points
now,
all day.
Hold on. If we were to gauge another program in a similar situation, quarterbacks returning, defensive lines returning, a lot of secondary guys, receivers, all this stuff.
Oh, they're loaded, yeah.
How would
they should win the game by 24.
Well, okay, so I was going to ask you, would we view another program to say they should win that game by that margin?
Let me see another comp. Boise State's also a tough comp to make because of who they are. Like, they've just been so consistently good over the years, despite who's come and gone, coaching-wise and all that. Like, I'll give you a couple of the lines. Like, I think the Washington State line's interesting. Miami is playing a conference game at Stanford, on the road at Stanford, so it's different. Oregon's at home. They're only 21.5-point favorite on the road against an ACC team.
Which I would think Miami should cover that line, but it's also the first game of the year.
Right.
There's an odd...
And it's a long travel for them to go to the Bay Area. We also know Mario at Stanford, Some ghosts in that stadium.
3-9 Stanford.
Where's Fresno State at in your mind?
Ooh, Fresno State's a good poll.
So Fresno State is on the road at USC, opening week of the season, 23.5. Oregon's a bigger favorite over Boise than USC is over Fresno State.
But I'll have the same reaction of I think USC should cover that number. Now, is it uncomfortable in the first half in moments?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little feisty.
It's the first game of the year.
I think you also have the idea of Oregon, 2 new coordinators on each side of the ball. So first time they'll actually be calling plays and in the fire of a game, right? So does any sort of issue come from that? And I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up covering that number. It's just there's something about the history, and that has nothing to do with this year's game. That's the funny part about it. New coaches, new teams, all that. Although I know Lanning was there, and so was Danielson a couple years ago when they almost beat him. But a lot of that is just baked into the thought process of Oregon and Boise over the years and what those matchups have looked like.
Yeah.
To the point where even playing them, I'm like, why are we playing Boise State? Stop.
Well, that's totally fair to say. I would also say, like, do they win like the James Madison game and we come in Monday and we're like, sure. I don't know about this play calling, man. They only won 52-31.
A big first half, and then they let their foot off the gas and you come out of the game.
Are we going to have a situation like that? Because, look, I think what you get into when you have a program of Oregon's caliber is the margin of victory matters too, or the style points. And so, like, if Oregon beats Boise State 52-31, 52-27, and it largely comes in the second half where Oregon's let off the gas and Boise scores a couple times.
Yeah, it's 35-3 at halftime.
You and I and everybody else knows we're coming into the show and people are going to panic
they
text.
for sure will.
I don't know, man. Dante seemed really mentally checked out. I don't know if the quarterback can win a title if you're mentally checked out.
They don't got it this year.
I don't know about this new OC, man. Who calls a drop play on that play right there? I don't know about this defense, man. Once they subbed out a couple of the returners, I didn't really like that depth. Like, it's going to be that kind of takeaway instead of saying, hey, Oregon whipped their ass. There you go.
They won the game. If you cover the number, that's a nice win.
But if they don't cover the number is my point.
Yeah.
If it's like 52
you win by 21, yeah.
Yeah, if you win by
42-21, 49-28,
something like that.
Yeah, it's a backdoor
cover. There's going to be people texting in like, I don't know, man, this Duck team, I don't know.
To your point that you always make about an expanded college football playoff, that is the reason why it will always maybe never impact the regular season, because we're still going to yell about stuff like that in the aftermath of the game. And I would hope that after 2 years ago we learned the lesson that you can barely beat Boise and still have a pretty damn good season to go undefeated, potentially. eventually. It doesn't mean it's the end-all, be-all.
Well, the Boise and Idaho games did not make people feel great.
No, they did not. I also am not going to pretend this time of year to know a lot about, learning about Boise's roster is more of a summertime project for me. We'll get there eventually. I know there's no Ashton Genty on their team, and they weren't quite the same team last year as they were as a playoff team the year before that, but still a very good team. And so there's some opening lines for you out of the college football world. Elsewhere in the college athletics world, we did talk about it earlier, but I don't know if we need to come up with a bet or something. Mm-hmm. Are we doing a Eugene regional bet? Ducks, Beavs, baseball on the line?
We can.
I think we need to come up with something. I think we need to. This is pretty rare, and I'm actually really excited about it. You know me, I don't really care that much about college baseball.
Are you excited?
I think it's fun that we're having. This is the first time the rivalry will feel somewhat real in a long time. Because basketball, you guys have been dog-ass forever. We were terrible this year. That doesn't, whatever. That does nothing for me.
Sure.
Football is a one-sided affair
Yes.
and has been since Lanning's first year and your 19 straight runs.
There's a canyon there right now.
This is this actually feels kind of real. You guys are going to be livid if you lose to us in a regional final.
So what's the show bet?
I don't know. We got to come up with something. We don't need to do a tattoo or anything along those lines. We could do a lunch bet, beer bet, something simple.
I don't know how, because I just...
There need to be something on the line for us. We got to have something for regional week.
It's going to be so depressing if we don't play.
It would actually suck.
I'll
Then
say
the bet
this.
will be off. If we don't end up playing,
or I
bet
win,
goes
but we
off.
don't play, I think the bet has to be off.
What do we have to give P. Harris if the Cougs win? Is he going to try and wiggle his way into this bet?
Here's a hot take. P. Harris can't name a single Washington State baseball player.
Oh, I bet he can't.
So, why would he be involved?
He's a Coug. They're here.
He's like a Vancouver Washington State.
It's a very weird mixture of having Washington State and Oregon State back and playing in it's just it's
an odd
very
Pac-12
weird, dude. Is it
reunion
not?
we got going on here.
Remember when we used to be in the same conference?
Who else could they have included that would have been in the former conference that made it? That's traveling.
Oh, is there another
Yale
4
out.
seed?
Arizona State.
Were they a 4 seed?
Arizona
in their
State?
regional?
No.
Okay.
See,
Because
we
you have to find a
had-
4, right? Because Yale was the 4 seed?
Yeah, but
technically.
If we could have had a non-Yale former pack, like a
Cal.
Yeah.
Washington State, Oregon, that would have been. Why didn't they do that? That would have been more enjoyable than Yale.
Would have been a turn back the clock moment, man.
God, watch Yale win the whole damn thing now.
So you guys want to give me your Beaver baseball breakdown? You don't have your best pitcher, right? Isn't he out for
Yeah,
the
he's
year?
out for the
Yeah,
he might
he's
be
out
out for all
for the
next
year.
year.
All of next year too?
Suffered a pretty nasty injury.
Was that what ended up being bad? I knew he had surgery.
I mean,
I know we don't watch that much, but
yeah, Swag, break it down.
let's break it down. How do we feel? I got a big Samoan dude who's hitting taters. That's all I know. That's all we got. That's all we need, baby. And we always choke in regional, so I can't wait to see how we find a way to pee down our leg against
Years
Yale.
ago, we did a golf tournament thing with listeners, not the Fan Golf Classic, but a different thing. And we had listeners show up, and one of our listeners, who we ended up golfing with a couple of times, delightful individual.
Diehard Beaver fan.
Well, but diehard Beaver baseball.
Baseball
Like,
fan,
it was
yes.
more Beaver baseball than anything else.
We were playing in the middle. Was it a regional or a conference tournament? I can't remember, but it was something big that we were playing during, and he was watching and
yeah, he was
closely
keeping
monitoring.
tabs. We got in the clubhouse. He wanted to watch, and he turns to me. He's like, yeah, man. He was telling me how much he loved it, and I was like, dude, next year I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna follow. And that was about 5 years ago, and I don't think I've really done any of that. I see when they win, I see that they're doing well. Their RPI kind of sucked because their schedule ended up not being as great.
Well, they're
I
upset
hear
at
all
the
that.
Ducks because we cooked the books late in the year. Oregon canceled a bunch
canceled
of
Grand
midweek
Canyon.
midweek series. Nah, we're not going to do it. Nah, we're good. RBI suck. We're not risking losing a Grand Canyon.
I'll be honest with you. I'm
Thanks,
more curious
RPI.
how many Beat fans are going to overtake PK Park.
It's going to be. That's the
'Cause
fun
I
part
think
about
that can
it.
definitely be in play.
I'm definitely curious to watch the scene on Friday.
Somebody said, so we had a Duck season ticket holder text in, I don't know, baseball season ticket or just like an alumni Duck of a Feather donor or whatever. But basically that they put the tickets on sale for Oregon and then you buy like the day. So you don't buy the individual games. So he bought them and then immediately turned around and sold the tickets to the Oregon State-Washington State game, which is, I believe, the first game of the tournament, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oregon State, Washington State, noon on Thursday?
Friday, and then the
thank you.
Ducks 5 o'clock.
So
on
they play
Friday.
in the evening on Friday. So he sold it and he was like, I already made good money off it, knowing that it was going to a Beaver fan.
Yeah, Oregon State fans might try to take over PK Park.
It's going to be a fun mixture there. Like, this is the only time we'll actually show up baseball-wise, but we've never played Oregon State in a regional, and you guys actually care about this, and we're just Johnny-come-latelys. We just show up this time of year and watch how our team loses in heartbreaking fashion. We're definitely going to lose a game in a walk-off balk. Just mark my words right now, walk-off balk's going to get us. I don't know if it's against you, Yale, or Washington State. Somebody will beat us in a walk-off balk.
Swag, what year did the Oregon baseball program come back to life? Was it 2010-ish?
2010-ish? It happened when
09?
I was there, so it would have been
10?
earlier than that.
08?
Yeah,
07,
08-ish.
08, somewhere around there.
07, 08. I love that. 07, 08, and we're in 2026, and you're still calling your fan base Johnny-come-latelys in baseball. I do love
2009 was their first season.
09, there you go.
Yeah, we done, you know.
17 seasons you've been back.
You guys really only love
I mean,
one
we're
sport.
they're a good little program.
I mean, that's not true. You guys love the athletic sports. Like track and field is obviously a religion. Well, for most of them, not you. The yous of
people
the world.
aren't watching that. People aren't watching.
Well, they're going to it.
No, they're
the stadium.
The trials they are.
Yeah,
trials.
The events.
Do they? When we have track meets, like Big Ten track meets, do people
Are they
show
hosting the NCAA or nationals again?
They should.
I will
Tracktown USA.
Yeah, there's
people were livid that the Big Ten track meet was at some like rundown podunk middle of nowhere
They
town.
should
Everybody's
be.
like, dude, what?
There's a state-of-the-art facility.
Why would you
in
not
Eugene,
have it
Oregon.
here? What
It's
are we
ridiculous.
doing?
It could host the Olympics
Yes.
at that track stadium.
Well, and then Nebraska fan got all butthurt because people out here were chirping about like, why are we playing this stupid conference tournament in Omaha? You already have the College World Series. Nebraska, we had to play Nebraska, and it was just like a sold-out Nebraska
It's
crowd.
Nebraska fans all day.
Nobody from our school says we smoked them 8-0, but still, it's like, what are we doing? Move it to LA.
You're right to point that out. The Big Ten just doesn't like you guys.
No, they don't. They
That's
should.
what's funny about all of this is like you guys have had some decent success. You've put some name recognition even more in the conference. They just don't care about you.
Well, bring it on this week. We're officially bitter rivals again. House divided is what they call our show.
Yep.
One's a duck, one's a beaver. I've been watching all year. I can't wait to take you down in the regionals. We'll see you guys on the diamond.
Just walk that big hitter, and then we'll move on to somebody else in your lineup.
The Beavs have better odds to win the College World Series than the Ducks. Beavs are at 45-1. Ducks are at 50-1.
How about that?
I'm gonna drive up to A&A, put a bet on that.
Long shots.
This is our year.
You're going to drive to A&A and
This
do that? Okay.
is our year.
I buy it.
Yep.
I totally believe you.
It's definitely happening. Nothing could go wrong here, right? That's next. 105.1 The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Stone Creek Golf Club, Oregon's best public course under $100. StoneCreekGolfClub.net. First on the Fan. The Knicks now awaiting the winner of the Western Conference Finals for an NBA championship. They swept the Cavs tonight in OKC. It's Game 5 between the Thunder and Spurs, locked up at 2 games apiece. A.J. Mitchell out. Jalen Williams questionable for OKC. 5:30 tip. You can hear it on 910 ESPN Portland with pregame coverage beginning at 5. Thunder are 5.5-point favorites. The Portland Fire take the season series from the New York Liberty with an 81-74 victory on the road. Carla Late had 18 to lead the way. Portland returns home to face the Connecticut Sun Wednesday at Moda Center. The Oregon Ducks baseball team came up just short in the Big Ten championship game, but earned an 11th seed in the NCAA baseball tournament. They will host the Eugene Regional this weekend, with old friends Oregon State, Washington State visiting along with the Yale Bulldogs. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
All right, we'll sack it up coming up top of the hour. So get your mail sack questions in. Fan text line 503-864-6326. I got some NFL newsy, notesy, nuggies to get to coming up at the a little bit later on in this hour of the show. I saw this, though, the latest update, and now I'm just wondering, man, how is this possibly going to screw us? Because I know there's a way out there that it will. The latest reporting on what the NBA will do when it comes to tanking and lottery reform. How do we fix this, and what are the unintended consequences?
The Knicks are in the finals. We've got a fantastic Western Conference battle. Let's talk about tanking and how Adam Silver is going to fix the whole problem.
You ready for this? If the Milwaukee Bucks pick somehow lands number 1 overall, which they do not own next year. You know who owns the Bucks pick next year?
Atlanta, isn't it?
It is New Orleans.
New Orleans, that's right.
New Orleans. It belongs to New Orleans. If the Milwaukee Bucks somehow, through their trading of Giannis and tanking of next year, now we don't know if we're going to have our picks, if we trade our picks, we don't know what that looks like. But if we still have our picks, if the Milwaukee Bucks get the number 1 overall pick next year, that pick goes to New Orleans. Do you know who can't get the number 1 pick the next year?
Milwaukee.
Yeah.
We have their 28 swap.
We do.
Yeah.
We have their 28 swap.
Yeah.
So if they somehow find a way to move up in the lottery next year, which seems more feasible now because we flattened the odds, and now being 3rd through 10th gives you a better chance at getting the number 1 overall pick.
So we need Giannis to stay.
We need unless we trade all the picks now. Like that's the first thing that I'm thinking of. So the latest reporting on this is that essentially what we already knew. There's 37 total lottery balls for 16 teams. Bottom 3 teams each get 2 balls in there, 5.4% chance. The other teams 4 through 10 get 3 balls in there, 8.1. 9th and 10th play-in teams and all that get 2, and the rest of them get 1. You cannot protect picks 12, 13, 14, or 15, and all 16 picks will be drawn in the lottery. But then it also adds that Adam Silver, quote, will have more power to punish tanking teams by altering lottery odds or changing where a team is picking.
Basically, and so I can't remember if it was The Atlantic or another publication. They wrote a piece on him. He wouldn't do an interview with them. So the guy basically found an event he was at.
Went and talked to him.
Silver saw him. He noted that Silver, and he's already a white dude, the blood rushed out of his head. He got pale, turned to a staffer, was like, I can't really talk. Didn't want to talk to this guy. I guess he found in talking to people that Silver is chronically on NBA Twitter.
Just can't get off of it.
He cannot get off of it. So when we, as people who consume the sport, aren't obsessed with the internet and aren't internet-brained, are like, yeah, it sucks that there's bad teams and they're bad on purpose, but don't make it a bigger deal than it needs to be.
Yeah, there's bad teams at the bottom of every league.
There's going to be more bad teams next year. There's bad teams in every sports league that exists.
Yes.
So, because he's so chronically online, he's paying attention to the stuff that's not as important, and I think it's a real reputation thing for him of, I do not want on my watch this to be the thing that ruins everything. And so, finding out he might flatten odds or change and tweak odds.
How do you just go in yourself and be like, nope, you don't get the second pick. You're picking 5th. What?
I mean, we literally had the commissioner before him say no to a trade.
He did say no to a trade.
He said, Chris Paul, you ain't going to be a Laker. That's not
Now,
a fair trade. We do a trade.
What's the background on that, too? Wasn't he owning New Orleans at the time?
The league technically owned the team.
Them.
It was in a flux situation waiting for
he didn't think it was
ownership.
enough. I mean, the conspiracy theory is a conspiracy theory, but they just didn't like the package?
That he just did. Basically, he didn't want the Lakers to get Chris Paul because the package was... You can make an argument the package was actually better for Chris Paul than it was Pau Gasol.
Ah, okay.
And so he nixed that trade because he thought Chris Paul Kobe was an unbeatable juggernaut, not fair to the league.
And then Pau and Kobe ended up winning.
And then they did the Pau trade, and they ended up winning 2 championships out of that. So
right.
We've had a commissioner before set a precedent of, and remember, Stern also had the dress rule.
He did.
If he didn't like your attire, you got fined.
Yep.
And so like
frozen envelopes. It's not like conspiracy hasn't followed him over the years.
We've had the commissioner of that league
just
be pretty powerful before.
The idea of having rules in place that then are left to an oversight of the commissioner to say, nah, I don't like the way that looks. I'm going to change that. And I don't know if we'll actually end up doing it. I don't know if any of that comes to fruition.
Sure.
Just simply the idea that you're putting in there that Adam Silver will have the power to punish tanking teams by altering their odds or changing where a team is picking. And it leads to a lot of unintended consequences and follow-ups of, like, what are we punishing them for? What if the whole team gets hurt? What if they, there's so many, like, circumstances that could play out that leave that open to interpretation that I think is a very slippery slope for the league to give a commissioner that much power to unilaterally go after certain teams because he doesn't like the way that they're operating. There's also a rule, no team, as I mentioned, can land first in 2 consecutive drafts. There's also a rule that you cannot be in the top 5 in 3 consecutive drafts, so the San Antonio Spurs would not exist right now because they wouldn't have one of their guys. Would have been Harper, would have been the last one. They wouldn't have him. And so the part that I'm connecting this, the larger point is kind of funny for the NBA to be floating this stuff out there in the middle of their conference finals because we do have a great series in the West and the Knicks are in their first NBA finals since 1999. Both those things are awesome for the league. This more to me connects to a Portland angle. And there were more trade fodder rumors thrown out there of, Jaylen Brown, is he actually going to be available? Or the Blazers sniffing around Jaylen Brown. That stuff's not going to go away, but it's an impossible question to answer because we don't know how this is going to play out. This either has the ability to greatly impact Portland or significantly hurt Portland. It could go one or two, and maybe it just ends up being average, and it doesn't change it that much in either direction.
I would tend to lean it's in the average.
And probably does. But if one of those picks, like when you have 3 pick swaps, if we are not to trade those this offseason, because I don't know if we will or not, time will tell on that answer. But if we somehow hold on to those, an 8% chance at the number 1 overall pick is very enticing. It also could go the other way, where Milwaukee is one of the 3 worst teams in the league next year because they traded Giannis and we're not a part of that. They get the number 1 overall pick. It goes to another team, and then you're ruled out of getting the number 1 overall pick. Not to mention the fact that in 28 and 29, I believe both years we have pick swaps with them. And if they get a top 5 pick next year and the year after that, that would mean only 1 top 5 pick could convey to Portland. And the third year, they couldn't be in the top 5.
One of those 2, I think, is the least and most favorable of the Celtics, Bucks, and Blazers.
I can't remember if that's 28 or 29. I can't remember what year.
And then don't forget they have the Orlando first in 28.
That they also have,
which there doesn't seem to be any buzz that they're going to trade and blow up that roster. So, is that going to be a good pick? I don't know yet. But
probably a back end of the first round pick.
Yeah, I mean, look, all of this stuff is kind of wait and see mode. I'm more interested to see if they're willing to just not wait and see, if they're more willing to say,
because of all this stuff even being up in the air of we don't know what it turns out to be.
So Oklahoma City's interesting. They won game 3 without J-Dub.
They did.
Now game 4 they also lost A.J. Mitchell, so they lost 2 guys that can get buckets on their own, and that left them pretty tying with one arm tied behind their back type of situation, and they ended up getting blown out most of the way. If they do beat the Spurs and J-Dub doesn't play, next year with the cap, they're going to be in the second apron. Their cap's going to jump that much because of the Chet, J-Dub, SGA contracts.
All those extensions kicking in.
And Bobby Marks put out a trade with Jalen Williams, and it was something to the effect of Jalen Williams goes to the Nets for 3 picks, including the 6th one this year. That's certainly enticing. I don't know how Oklahoma City is going to morph. I think it was Michael Porter and 3 picks from the Nets for Jalen Williams. I don't know who our Michael Porter is. Maybe you think it's Shaedon Sharpe. I don't know how Oklahoma City views anybody on our roster outside of, what a Dame and a Drew provide. Maybe they love Denny, right? But
right.
You look at our roster in total, and I'm like, do we trade our stuff for a Jalen Williams this offseason?
Yeah, 3 first-round picks. What's it going to take? 4 first-round picks? What's the asking price?
I mean, that's probably what it is. It's 3 or 4, and it's going to have to be a player because you're going to have to match the salary stuff. So
you're going to have to throw somebody in there financially.
I'm more curious to see if they're willing to just be aggressive with it now versus sitting back and waiting. Because if you're going to sit back and wait, what are you getting? What's this offseason going to provide us? You're re-signing Rob Will to the what is it, the non-tax mid-level, the $15 million mid-level.
Yeah. You have your full mid-level available.
And then what?
Yeah.
Re-signing Matisse to a vet min? Like, so what's the roster tweaks there?
The same as next year is what the roster looks like.
That's a tough spot.
It would be frustrating.
And I'm not saying that's your only move to trade the picks. Maybe if you go Anthony Davis route, maybe they don't want picks for Anthony Davis. I find that a little hard to believe personally. But
is it only 1 first, and then you're getting out of a Jeremy Grant deal, and you throw in
Shaden.
And Shaden Sharp.
You'd be trading Shaden and Jeremy.
Shaden Sharp, Jeremy Grant, and maybe the Orlando pick because you don't
28.
think that's the best of the bunch, and you get rid of that one.
Right. Maybe that's the thing that Washington wants and is okay with. In that instance, there you go. But there's just not a ton of moves not involving the picks that if you're going to make roster moves...
There's only so much you could do.
Yeah, I don't know what you do. Not to say Joe doesn't have 10 different trades right now that we don't know about. It's just to say on the outside looking in, it seems incredibly challenging not including those picks and actually selling to the fan base, hey, we've made the roster better. Because I'm not one that thinks running it back and adding 36-year-old Dame off an Achilles
changes things drastically.
Is going to change your circumstance drastically.
No, because I think just the base level argument of the NBA will be tougher next year because of these tanking rules is all you need to know, right? Like they feasted on a lot of bad teams late in the season. That was the one part about the Orem Dundon sit down that did make me chuckle, and I think a lot of the Dundon stuff is overblown, and I just kind of roll my eyes and let's see how this plays out for a little bit. His anecdote in there about the trade deadline, and he basically said to Orem, we had 2 options. One was to sell off some assets because at the deadline they weren't playing great. A lot of their wins came in the second half of the year when they got hot. So at the deadline going into it, it was kind of like whatever, they're fine. Mm-hmm. And he said we had the choice to sell off assets or go get a piece and show that we're, committed to trying to win.
I love that he named Veet.
I mean, he didn't name Orem put Veet. He just said we decided to go get a piece.
Veet Krejci shows in no way culture and winning and get out of here.
The guy who was unplayable in the playoffs for you.
They didn't play him
when you were desperate for offense and nobody could make a shot. He was not anywhere.
When they traded him here, I heard how great a value his contract was and how he addressed a need, and then they literally stopped playing him.
Yes, they did. Bob.
So maybe the value of the maybe he's overpaid.
That one made me chuckle of that's okay. All right, let's calm down. Tom, dial it back a little bit.
Well, is your expectation, the way you talked about Cleveland losing and being swept and maybe booing them if that was us, I disagree with you there. But, are you going into the offseason with the expectation or thought that they're going to make a move?
I am going in with the thought that a splash will be made.
Because that was my takeaway from the press conference, and I think I'm still on the opinion of they're going to make a splash. Now, is it a huge splash?
Giannis, somebody
else? Is it a
else?
splash we don't even love?
Right. Is it overpaying for a small splash, which is definitely a possibility?
Right. There's no doubt about that. I tend to lean that they're going to.
The latest from Mark Stein was that belief in corners of the league that Atlanta, Houston, and Portland all have legitimate trade interest in Jaylen Brown. So
Jaylen Brown is absolutely somebody that should be on. How many teams are on? 24, 25 of the team's rosters? Should be looking at Jaylen Brown as a move they should want. Portland, I would put amongst the top of, if they could get Jaylen Brown.
Be a pretty good offseason. I'll take it.
That'd be pretty nice.
I'll sign up for that bad boy right now. We'll get to the mail sack coming up top of the hour, but next, some nuggies out of the National Football League, including drama in one locker room. Yay! Next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now Window Nation brings you the Window into the Fan on-demand YouTube video shorts with your favorite fan shows and hosts. The Window into the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. Watch Window Nation's Window into the Fan every day on YouTube with The Fan.
Peekaboo!
Sports Network.
Portland Perks. Looking for some fun that the whole family can enjoy? Right now, you can get one ride wristband for Oaks Amusement Park and get a second one free. A limited quantity is available only at PortlandPerks.com. Oaks Park, where the fun never ends.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. Ever sign up for one of those too good to be true phone deals? 1 minute you're feeling great, then suddenly you're paying over $1,000 a year. Crazy, right? You know who else thinks that's crazy? Red Pocket Mobile.
Right now at Red Pocket, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year. And choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Nicer weather means it's time for some exterior upgrades to the home. Hey, it's Dirt here for Homesy. Most home improvement companies specialize in 1 or 2 project types, leaving you to find someone else for the rest. Homesy delivers A+ work across roofing, windows, siding, gutters, or painting. One call, one partner, one price, and total peace of mind. Sounds pretty easy to me. Check multiple spring and summer projects off your list. You know what to do. Make it easy. Call Homesy. That's HOMZE.com. CCB number 239804.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year, and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
So long ago, I don't remember when. That's when they say I lost my only friend.
This is Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Mail sack coming up top of the hour. It's a full, juicy sack today. Get your questions in. Last chance, 503-864-6326. Talk about them coming up here. 16 minutes from now, Some interesting headlines out of the National Football League over the last couple of days that I've enjoyed going through. I get a chuckle every time I hear the idea that Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals are in a contract standoff.
I saw one Cardinal fan said, "Do you understand the depths of hell we've been in when we're being threatened by the likes of Jacoby Brissett?
He's not showing up.
He's no-showing OTAs because he wants a better contract."
Carson Beck, you were the starter in 3, 2, 1.
I mean,
come on down.
The minute they start 1-7 is going to be the day Carson Beck starts. We all know that.
How did we end up here, right? As bad as all of our fandoms in some sports may or may not be, at least we're not facing that situation where we're in a contract hold-off with Jacoby Brissett.
Wow.
There are 11 teams who started OTAs today.
Yeah.
Your OTA tracker includes the Colts. Hey, come on down, Indy. The Jags, year 2. Duval. Kansas City, the Chargers, the Eagles, Packers, Vikings, Panthers, Bucks, Rams, and your reigning Super Bowl champions, the Seattle Seahawks. That's where we're at right now in terms of starting OTAs. Do we have a locker room rift in New York over the orange one? Old Donnie Boy's causing a riff in the Big Apple.
I was going to say that was maybe the biggest takeaway outside of Stafford's contract extension this weekend.
Yeah, we talked about that one on Friday, the extension.
We know Stafford's going to play till 27 because who's going to say no to $100 million?
Yeah, even if he gets hurt, I think it's injury guaranteed, if I'm not wrong.
So I didn't see this. I had missed this, and then I saw the Abdul Carter defends his teammate after kind of calling him out publicly thing.
Turned into it was something and now it's nothing is what they're saying. Wow. No issues here, guys, okay? So for those who didn't see what happened, Jackson Dart introduced the President of the United States.
Because they had a rally in New York for one of the senators.
Okay.
So that Trump is backing.
He said, look, Big Blue Nation, it's a pleasure to be here. I've got to start this off with a Go Big Blue. I'd love if you all would follow it with me. And then he said, what an honor. It's a privilege to be here. Without further ado, this is all he said, but he was up there for about 30 seconds. Mm-hmm. I'm grateful. I'm honored. I'm pleasured to introduce the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. He's pleasured for that. Abdul Carter, their second-year defensive lineman, got a look at this, and he said, thought this bleep was AI. What are we doing, man?
And then he came out because people were starting to conclude that the locker room was splintered, and he's like, actually, Jackson not good. We talked it out.
Me and JD6 are good. We spoke earlier. As men, y'all can keep y'all narratives. It's like, well, you're the one who started it in the first place by quote tweeting it.
I didn't even piece together he's number 6, and right now in the news, a lot of J6
have made the joke you could drop the D out of the nickname. A lot of people have made that joke. That's been floating around the old interwebs the last 2 days.
I didn't even piece that together.
Yeah, that was out there. That was out there over the weekend.
I mean, he played at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
And according to Lane Kiffin, everybody's racist at Ole Miss. So
I just love the idea of the shut up and dribble crowds flip-flopping back and forth constantly.
We've always
known.
the
idea of one side doing this and now the other side does it.
If they were doing this for the left, they'd be doing the shut up and dribble.
And now the people on the left are saying you can't have anything to do with this and you shut up and dribble.
Everybody just shut up.
Everybody just shut up.
Everybody just shut up. I don't think there's a locker room riff. Again, I think athletes are so much more unplugged in society than you think they are.
Yes. People also immediately pointed out both Harbaugh bros literally last year.
They were at
the White House did a photo shoot with Trump.
They're huge anti-abortion people.
Yes, and then they did a press conference afterwards, and he talked. John had this long quote about how great it was, and I think the honor of his lifetime or something.
And then people pressed him, and he kind of was like, "Well, you know."
And then he backed up a little bit, and everybody's like, "Well, wait a minute, that's that's literally your head coach. So why is any of this like?" Is it going to end up being something? Likely not. I think they'll ultimately be okay. I chuckle at the idea of Abdul Carter seeing this, quote tweeting it, causing more of a storm than already existed, and then being like, nah, y'all keep your own narratives. Like
you created the narrative.
You were the one that started the entire thing.
I know.
It is possible, don't you know? I know. Breaking news. I know. I have a bit of a pontification here. Mm-hmm. If you have an issue with something that he did, instead of going on social media, you could just call him. You know.
Well, he did.
He is your teammate. You could just send like, hey man, can we talk about this? Or hey man, can we let's sit down man to man, teammate to teammate, and go over this? Okay. Instead of doing it on social media and causing something, we don't have to do everything on social media. We do realize that, right?
People are kind of addicted to it.
It is possible.
I don't know if you know this about them.
It's possible to live a life away from that. We're
aware,
it
is very possible.
You
yes.
still have a very fulfilling life without posting every detail.
You'll be okay. But
social media.
I did see the riff thing, and then everybody reacting to Boston-based people were speculating, and it was like, shut up. There is no riff here.
Which I also chuckled at New York people taking shots at Boston, rightfully so, of like, why don't you worry about your own locker room issues like your head coach sleeping with a reporter? You know,
there is that.
You got your own issues down there.
Yeah.
Let's not throw rocks in a glass house right now, Boston. How about that?
Yeah,
why don't you sit this one down and shut this one up?
It's a very fair point.
Your head coach slept with Diana Rossini for a decade, and he's married, and then had to miss days of the draft over marriage counseling.
Well, it was one day of the draft. It was only round 3.
What are we doing here? That was a month ago. What
Or
are we doing?
day 3
here?
it was.
That's not 10. That's not water under the bridge.
I'm going to be
10 years
bold,
ago.
and I'm going to be willing to miss rounds 5 through 7 because my marriage takes precedent over those.
Can I entertain you in a Johnny Manziel MMA fight?
Dude, I watched it.
You watched the Johnny Manziel
MMA
MMA fight?
I don't know how many rounds it went. I watched basically a highlight package of it.
He won the fight, right?
So he beat Bob Menery.
Who's Bob Menery?
Isn't Bob Menery the guy that did the voice play-by-play over on the internet like a decade ago? Do you remember that?
No.
I think that's who it is.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull him up.
He was doing play-by-play things, and he's been rumored to be
like internet play-by-play, like bums fighting, and he's play-by-playing.
The funny
it?
play-by-play.
Okay,
if I'm not mistaken, and if he's somebody else, then okay, correct the record there.
Yeah, I think you are correct.
So Dana White was asked about this and says Bob
correct.
Menery's been asking forever to do stuff, and when he actually presses him, he just disappears. So he was shocked that he actually showed up to do the fight. Did you watch any of the highlights?
I did not see. I just saw the headline that he won. I did not see the.
It looks like the most dad fight at your local dive bar you could imagine.
How long until they ran out of gas? How
I mean,
long
it
until
was
they took
pretty.
tire?
It was 2 guys. Yeah. Johnny's put on a couple lbs. Bob Menery in no way looks like an athlete, and they're throwing stuff, but they're like, they're huffing and puffing. And then eventually Bob Menery falls down. Manziel gets on him and starts kind of like just banging on his head until eventually the ref calls it off. Menery's upset.
That's how any out-of-shape guy loses a fight.
It looks like the most out-of-shape guys ever.
You fall down.
Yes.
Whoever is in a position of authority at that point to be on top is going to win the fight.
Unfortunately for Menery, whether he won or actually lost the fight,
that's the way it goes.
You're on the bottom. Menzel's crotch is on your chin, and he's punching down at you, and the fight has been called. That's how that tends to go. And then he did his little he did a little arrow shot.
Johnny's shooting arrows?
Johnny shot an arrow.
He didn't do the money? See, he didn't do
no
money rub?
He did the arrow
shoot. You're not an arrow shoot. What are you, Michael Penix?
He's you know,
what are you,
he's changed.
You're doing an MMA fight for money. That's the ultimate sign of do the money fingers.
If you're doing a celebrity boxing match, you are telling me you're in it for the money.
You need money. That's why you're doing it.
Yeah.
And you missed the opportunity for a money rub? I'm disappointed. Now I'm glad I didn't watch.
I mean, if you don't think he's going to try to hop on the next Jake Paul fight after the ratings Jake Paul just gathered for Netflix, right. You're out of your mind.
He's going to be in the mix.
Now, who could Johnny Manziel fight that would get you to actually want to watch?
Who did he have beef? Did he have any beef with anybody while he was playing?
Like, if Johnny Manziel was scheduled at the next Jake Paul fight, because, by the way, Jake Paul owns fighting.
Yeah, he does.
He got more ratings than any MMA fight ever.
Yeah.
So, suck it, Dana White. I know he hasn't made the money Dana White has, and he's just completely changed how we view boxing now.
Don't worry,
so
we
you
got
don't
a
have to
White
like
House
it.
fight coming up, though. That'll fix it.
That'll fix it. If he schedules Johnny Manziel against Donovan McNabb, are you watching that fight?
I might watch. Is it on Netflix? I don't have to pay for it?
Yeah, if it's on the Netflix.
Yeah.
If it's a Jake Paul fight.
Yeah.
Or
I don't know if I would I don't know if I'd make sure it's not set my timer at 6:45. Manziel and McNabb are fighting.
What about Manziel and Leinart?
Ooh.
Trying to think of not.
I'm kind of intrigued. I'm trying to think if he's beef with any other quarterbacks. Like, there's got to be somebody over the years that we're just blanking on that he beefed with, that there'd actually be animosity there.
Well, who was the number one quarterback in his class? I forget.
I don't remember it being a great quarterback class, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong there. I'd have to go back and look from that year.
Let me look this up.
That would have been 20.
Here it is. 2014.
2014. Yeah.
So in 2014,
it was a 2014.
You probably have
class.
still guys playing.
Oh, I'd imagine so. That's probably no.
Blake Bortles went ahead of him.
Yes, Blake Bortles.
If Johnny Manziel got Blake Bortles to fight,
a guy who doesn't need the money because he made an insane amount of money in his career,
over who should have been picked at quarterback first, because I'm looking now, dude. I think Blake Bortles, and then I think Johnny was the next quarterback taken in that draft.
First round. The best part about have you ever seen the Blake Bortles interview with Part of My Take where they tell him his career earnings? No. And at the end he's like, dude, I earned that much? That's awesome.
He has no idea.
For the NFL career, he's just living. He's retired. He's 33 years old, living the dream, dude. Nothing to do the rest of his life.
Were you surprised to see Stafford not do the walk-off I guess when that kind of money is thrown at you,
No,
you
that was
take it.
that just screamed, "Hey, we took a quarterback in the first round. Sorry
Yeah.
about that. Here's $55 million."
Well, he
That's
has
what
to
it
be on
screamed.
the roster by a certain date in 27 to get the 50. 5 of it's going to go to this year.
Oh, Johnny versus Baker would be good.
That's a
couple of feisty.
See,
Good one,
but
Aiden. Good one.
Baker's balling out still.
He is. Post playing Baker.
You need somebody that's kind of fizzled.
They
You
both
need
ran from the cops at one point. That they did. Loaded Final Hour starts with a mail sack next on 105.1 FM The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
His 0-2 heater is swung on and miss, strike 3. Fastball at 100 is his 10th strikeout of the day. And he now is in sole possession of second place of the longest scoreless streak this year at 28 2/3.
ESPN Radio, Mike Cousin's on the call. Jacob Mizorowski with a great outing yesterday. 57 pitches of 100 miles per hour or higher is the most in a game since pitch velocity was first tracked in 2008.
He's doing stuff that we've never seen before. A lot of the numbers you just gave back it up. He's been awesome, man. It just pumping 100 miles an hour the entire game. Is this finally the year the Brewers do it in the playoffs?
No, they'll choke.
Finally the year.
But Jacob Mizorowski's Layin' Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. They have delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. You can visit them with great customer service at Southeast Stark Street or go online and check them out, mrplywoodinc.com.
Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the New York Knicks sitting around waiting for an opponent in the NBA Finals. Tonight in Oklahoma City, it's Game 5 of the Western Conference showdown between the Thunder and Spurs. They are tied at 2 games apiece. A.J. Mitchell out, Jalen Williams questionable for OKC. It is a 5:30 tip. You can hear it on 910 ESPN Portland. Pre-game coverage starts at 5. Thunder now down to a 4.5-point favorite. The Portland Fire finish up their road trip with a win in New York over the Liberty, 81-74 to take the season series. Carla Late, 18 points to lead the way, including the game-clinching 3. Portland now back home to start a 3-game homestand Wednesday against the Connecticut Sun. The Oregon Ducks baseball team earning the 11th national seed in the NCAA baseball tournament. They will host the Eugene Regional this weekend at PK Park and see old friends Oregon State and Washington State there, along with the Yale Bulldogs. Jason Swigard for the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
Hey, that's right. It's mail sack time. Final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader. 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. You know what we're going to do? You know what we're going to do during this segment?
Squeeze them damn things. Make sure you got 2.
Make sure you got 2.
We will, and it's important.
Yes.
But.
Oh.
Big breaking news.
What do we got?
We only have one foursome left for the Fan Golf Classic.
Oh, we got one sold this morning?
Got one sold.
Suck on that. Look at us.
There we go.
Business is a booming.
Let's go.
Shout out the Hoggies. We love our Hoggies out there. Go buy there's only one left. If you've been on the fence, this is it. Last one sells. If you don't get on it, you ain't playing. Then you can't come drink bourbon with us on the 6th hole, okay? So come hang out. It's going to be a great time. One more foursome, 1051thefan.com is where you can find all the details. Let's get to the mail sack, shall we? You guys ready to sack it up?
Let's go!
Brought to you by Sparta TRT as always. Whether you're hitting the gym or just trying to survive the workday, don't just watch from the sidelines. Reclaim your edge and win the second half of life. It's SpartaTRT.com. Let me scroll down on my show sheet and see the questions that were sent in. This is a leftover from last week.
Okay.
So the math will be off. We can do it together. I guess it'd be 212. We didn't get to this one last week. In the spirit of Christmas, he said being 219 days away. Now it's 212 days away. What is the greatest sports, Christmas, or birthday gift that you've ever received? Equipment, tickets, jersey, etc. Is there one that stands out above the rest? I was a super sucker when I was a kid for the little I think it's Franklin, the little kid football uniforms. They came with like the little plastic shoulder pads.
The non-real,
but for like an 8-year-old, it was super real. Playing football in my backyard. I had a Seahawk one, a Cowboy one, a Niner one, a Steeler one. Like every year I asked for a new jersey. And I play as a different team in my backyard.
Yeah.
Those ones will always stand out to me.
That's a pretty good one. I just loved the helmet more than anything else.
Oh, that's all that really mattered.
Because the helmet
jersey
looked
was
real.
a knockoff.
Yeah, the jersey wasn't good.
Eventually you end up just wearing the helmet with a real jersey. You get like you got a Niner jersey, you put it on, something like that.
This is a tough one because I had on one Christmas, I got my first Blazer tickets, but it was through like different. Like one gift would be tissue paper. You know what I mean? Another eventually was a Dairy Queen Blazer cup with Clyde on it. It was like
so it's
little
kind of
build-up signs. Like, can you figure out what the gift is? And I was like, why I have tissues? And then
it's a little trail to get there.
Somebody explained to me what sitting in the 300 section is called. It's the nosebleeds. So that was one gift.
Nobody punched you in the nose to make your nose bleed, did they?
No. The other one would be, and this one's tough for me because the first game is hard to beat, but I think I'm overall going to tell you the signed Jerry Rice photo.
That's solid. Who got you that?
My mom.
Mom got you that one?
Yeah, that was a...
We talking like, how old were you? Do you remember?
I might have been 11.
11? Yeah.
Like right in a sweet spot of age where I watched Rice for a few years. He's my hero. He's my GOAT sports athlete of my life. And to get a signed autographed photo of that was pretty awesome.
Do you remember do you still have it?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
yeah, you have to keep that.
I have a
What's the photo of? Is it like him with the 2 arms up, touchdown? Him making a catch, you remember?
No, it's him kind of mid-route, but he looks
chopping
fine.
it up.
Yeah, kind of chopping it up, and he's got his signature on it. I got him, and I got Joe. The Joe one is where Joe is putting He's posing, but he's got the rings on the fingers up next to the face.
That's a good one.
So that one's more like a cover photo shoot for a magazine of some sort. I got Signed Joe and Signed Jerry.
That's solid. I got a few more of the magazine ones I got to get frames for. I don't have enough frames for. I've hung 3 magazines. But I was going through some of my stuff this week, and I got a Walton signed Sports Illustrated that our buddy Steve gave us years ago.
Yeah,
which
that's pretty sweet.
I need to get why do I not have that in a frame yet? I need to get some more magazine frames. Swag, do you remember your best sports gift?
Oh, it was clearly I was 7 or 8 and got tickets to my first Blazer game.
So that was a gift for you too?
Yeah.
Do you remember the game? Do you remember the details of it?
It was I sat in the upper section of old VMC. It was the Nuggets. Dan Issel was there leading the Nuggets. And but the Blazers won. It was like 114-108 or something like that.
Came away a bigger fan than ever, probably.
Yeah, mine was the Rockets with Akeem.
I don't remember my first game.
Yeah,
I don't remember the opponent. My parents used to have season tickets, but we'd go it was like it wasn't the full season, and they were way up at the top. But I don't remember my first game.
You know, coincidentally, the only thing I have framed autograph-wise, because Rice is in a plastic casing of it. It's not just an exposed photo,
right?
The only real thing I've framed myself is coincidentally a Kevin Durant Slam magazine of him in a Texas uniform when he's about to be the 1 or 2 pick. I got that signed because I went and saw him at the practice facility when he came for a workout.
That's a pretty cool one to have right there.
That was a cool one until he did the Warrior thing, and now I'm kind of like, I will treasure this.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I've wanted, so my nephew's getting super into trading cards, and so now every, Christmas and birthdays are so easy. You can just buy him a box of cards, and he's thrilled. And now he's to the age where he wants to bring his cards over and, let's look over our cards together and then offer trades. And I give them some sweetheart deals. They don't mean quite as much to me. They don't matter. But it was hilarious. So the app that you can track, there's an app where you can scan the card. Now, obviously, the grade and all that is impacted by it. I was shocked at a couple of them that I had that were worth I had more value in my box of cards than I imagined. Now, I gave him, I had a Kobe rookie that I gave him a trade for. I think he traded me a Bo Nix. I was like, we'll do that trade. That's fine, buddy.
Kobe rookie for a Bo Nix?
But in my card collection, I discovered that I have a LeBron James rookie card that's worth hundreds of dollars.
Like you've checked it out online?
I checked it out online.
Now
I don't know what the grade.
It
looks like it's solid. It's got a grade out. I don't know if it's a 10, 9,
I'd be shocked how they find that. Oh, it's a 7.
They'll find a way to knock it down. But I was like, dude, I don't even remember having this card.
Interesting.
It was just in a box. But I've always thought about a cool frame would be to take some of your favorite cards and put them into a frame. Get one and then put a dozen, however many you want in there in hard plastic. I've always wanted to do that too. To frame and put in the man cave.
Yeah, my mom bought at a garage sale, and I think a lot of people actually ended up having this. It's a framed of the early 90s Blazers team.
Yeah.
But it's individual cards. So Danny Ainge is on there, Kersey, Buck, Clyde,
Getting
TP.
that whole team in one frame would be cool.
Well, now you can't get it because Duckworth is on there. Kersey is on there.
Oh, yeah.
Some of those guys have passed over, unfortunately, and getting all of those signed is pretty sweet, but
pretty badass.
I don't think I'll be able to get it done.
Mail sack question. Need you guys to settle something for myself and my girlfriend. That's what we're here for.
Let's go!
We are house/dog sitters, and when we go on walks, I let the dogs go to the bathroom on people's front yard. And, of course, I pick up when they go poop. She is shocked by this and thinks that I should only let the dogs go to the bathroom on the strip of grass between the street and the sidewalk. When it goes to street, grass strip, it got cut off there. Please give me your opinions.
Okay, look.
She's right.
She is right. We've actually had this conversation.
We've had this debate
on the show.
many a times on the show.
I'm actually dealing with this very problem in my life. The front of our front yard is it's more habitat than it is grass. I abandoned grass. It was too patchy. I couldn't get it to grow. So I said, you know what, the hell with this. I yanked it out, put some pollinators, made a path, made it more that. I have a plant that's not literally right next to the sidewalk. Mm-hmm. It's about 3.5 to 4 feet off the sidewalk.
Okay.
We've noticed it's starting to die.
Dogs are peeing on it.
We have multiple people that let their dogs go into yards and piss, and it's pissing on that plant, and it's pissing me off. And I'm somebody that believes I would rather you piss on the sidewalk grass than somebody else. You're going to kill their patch of grass.
Yeah. For some people, the grass is just as meaningful. Grass is grass. So if there's a hole in the grass here or there, it's,
Yeah, whatever.
It's a hole either
but
way.
It's a plant I spent $15 on.
Plant.
You've just killed it with your urine.
Yeah.
I'm a little upset you couldn't yank your dog off to go piss somewhere else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yank him.
Yank your dog off.
Yank him hard off my lawn.
Yank your dog off
and
my
don't
lawn.
let him do that to my plant. He's killed my plant. That's the second plant that's been killed, by the way, by walking dogs.
Swaggy, you were the same philosophy as a dog owner?
Yes.
You just did not let him ever go in the lawn? But the grass strip's okay. So parking strip's
that
okay?
grass strip, we were...
Who takes pride in that grass strip? That's barely legally yours.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it is legally yours.
It's my grass. It's my.
I don't think it is.
It's just
my
a
city
buffer so the sidewalk is offset enough from the road.
Exactly.
In case something's,
A lot of people don't have grass there, though. Like a lot of people put rocks in those parts, so put bark dust in there. Some people put garden beds in there.
In our condo complex, there's a lot of different green space. There's some areas that are kind of designated. Obviously, there's signs up, please clean up after your dog.
Yes, don't leave a dump in my yard.
Yeah. So, you're out walking, that sort of thing. There's some pathways kind of in between all the different buildings and whatever. But
right.
Yeah, if there was like grass that was like, you kind of tell that they were keeping that up and they kind of had their own little garden, we avoided that.
Yeah, if there's a
We're
nice
like
lawn.
truly going in like just open green space. Yeah.
That's usually the way that I try and handle it. Now, I don't restrict my dog. I'll let him go kind of where he wants.
Do you have the loose leash, like where you hit a button to tighten it, or is he a standard leash?
Standard leash. I don't have the loose.
How long is the leash?
It can. We got one that goes around the waist, so you can make it super short if you want, or you can kind of extend it out to 8 or 9 feet. So it can go longer, it could go shorter, depending on the situation. I won't let him go on a night. Like if I see somebody that I could see takes care of their property and is a vigilant watcher of their yard and their front aesthetics, I won't let him go to the bathroom there. But there's also a lot of yards where you don't care, and so I'm not going to care. Why am I caring? Why am I restricting my dog from taking a dump on your lawn that I will certainly pick up? You haven't mowed in a month and a half.
Yeah.
It's up above my ankle. There's weeds everywhere. There's patches. You're not taking this seriously.
I hear what you're
My
saying.
dog's taking a piss in your grass.
Look,
I'm not yanking him back in that spot.
I'm not mad at you for doing that, but I largely am a wait till we get to the park or the patch of grass that nobody owns off somebody's yard.
Nothing like a good where can the dog go potty debate. That's what the mail sack brings to you. That's why Sparta TRT is here, baby. Let's go. Another one. Mail sack, how far back would you have to go in humanity to be the best athlete on the planet in your respected sport? 1940s, 1930s, 1920s, 1800s, or even earlier. Eventually you would, but how far back would you have to go?
I nowhere for me.
If I put you in the 1920s playing basketball, you don't think you could school some guys?
What about bowling?
Who was playing basketball in the 1920s? Did it even exist in the 1920s?
It did.
Yeah.
It did?
Yeah, toffers.
People taller than me.
That was 1939, brother, okay?
No.
That's a whole different generation.
They were growing up in the 20s.
No.
What was the average height of an NBA player in the what was the professional league in the 1930s? Wasn't the NBA, was it?
It's all white.
Some capacity.
That's my point. So you got there's an advantage immediately.
The answer to this, honestly, is I think if you dropped me in the 30s, I could be a top 5 player in league history.
In the NBA?
And I think I have the same opinion as 99% of anybody else out there that plays basketball right now.
They did play professional basketball in the 1930s. It was not called the NBA. They had leagues like the American Basketball League, the ABL, the Midwest Basketball Conference.
You'd be training me everywhere. I would be an exhibit. Look at this person, the way he dribbles.
He knows how to dribble
crazy.
between his legs.
What is this witchcraft?
He can shoot threes.
Dude, he's dribbling and he's going to the side. He's not even going forward or backward. He's
I think
going
you're
to the
shortchanging
side.
yourself just a hair here, Swagger.
Well, I don't
just
know
a
if he's
hair.
shortchanging himself.
I'm not athletic. Yeah. I was never fast. I was never quick.
What?
I know. I wanted to see, what was the average height?
You don't think you could bowl, better than anybody in the 20s?
There had to have been somebody with you.
Were they even bowling in the 20s? Were they bowling?
Oh, yeah.
Bowling.
They were doing those little handballs. They weren't even throwing regular bowling balls. Imagine you showing up with a 14-pound ball.
Dude, you could have hit Babe Ruth in his 74-mile-an-hour fastball. Get out of here.
You are shortchanging yourself a little bit. We've evolved. It's okay.
I don't know. I put on the goalie gear. We had a reunion indoor soccer game yesterday from our original team from 20 years ago.
How'd you do?
Some reflexes were still there. I made a few good saves, but I haven't been this sore in a long time.
Do you know the photo of Marty and Doc when they go to the Old West and they find the photo, but the clock tower that hasn't been established yet? That would be me if you dropped me in the 20s. You'd find a history book, and my shorts would be at my knees, not 9 feet above them.
What's this guy doing? He's wearing pants out here. I can't believe this.
Oh, my God.
Dude, the average height of a professional basketball player estimated in the 1930s, 6 foot to 6'2".
That's me.
Now, I couldn't do it. I'm still tiny.
That's me.
But that's you.
Dude,
you're the average height of the
maybe
league.
I could have been a dominant 4.
This is what I'm saying.
Like, I would break their brains doing a Euro step.
You boxing out playing like Bill Lambier, they've never seen anything like it before, okay?
They'd be like, why are you shooting so far? I said, just give me 3 points and shut up. And they'd be like, 3 points? What are you talking about?
You throw me in the 1920s Major League Baseball, I could hold my own. I could hold
you
my
could
own.
Hold your own?
Dude, they weren't throwing more than 80 miles an hour. Guys,
Hold on.
It was a bunch of slow whites.
Baseball's a little different
no,
than
it was
basketball.
not. It's slow whites who didn't throw that hard. There was like 7 teams.
Yeah,
Get
but they were
out of
throwing
here.
spitballs back then.
There were like 49-year-old starting pitchers who threw 372 innings a week. Get out of here. I could hit that. That's AAA Legion ball now. I can hang.
Could you hit AAA Legion ball right now?
No, not right now, but we're talking prime of my career. Prime days. Put me in my prime days. Send me back there. I can hang my own in 1920.
I'm surprised you didn't go NFL 1915.
NFL would never work. I'm still too tiny. NFL wouldn't pop for me.
I have
That's
a
okay.
picture signed of Josh Wilcox's dad, Dave.
Yeah. NFL Hall of Famer.
NFL Hall of Famer,
Yes, he
RIP. It's a picture of him in a Niner uniform. I look at that and I do laugh because I'm like, that man would literally murder me if he could catch me on the
It's a Hall of Famer right there.
He looks nuts.
But that's still even. When did his dad play in the pros? 1960s, I think, right?
I think
60s,
so, yeah.
70s, I
60s,
think.
Like we're talking that's 40 years earlier.
I know. So if I put you like 1921 NFL or whatever the league
Whatever
was,
the equivalent of the football league
you
was.
wouldn't be able to. They'd be like,
at that point, it was
the quarterback's running. What's he doing?
I think they used it. It used to be rugby essentially.
Yeah.
Right? You just run like the wing tee. That's why I'd go
Wing
baseball.
tee
Put me in baseball in the 1920s. I'm hitting 312.
Didn't Babe Ruth play in the 20s?
Yes. And his fat ass probably threw 78 miles an hour.
But
okay?
why didn't anybody else playing then? Like, I think you're poo-pooing baseball
I'm not
a little
poo-pooing
too
it too
much
much
here.
Go back and watch any sort of Ken Burns documentary and look at those 5'10" fat asses
But
trotting
basketball, they literally dribbled like Stanley in The Office. They had one arm back and one arm forward. If I came out there with both arms, if I did an AI crossover and then Euro step to finish, they would be like, that's illegal. Yeah. There's no way that's allowed.
It's the alley-oops. First time we've ever seen this before.
It really would be like the Flint Tropics.
Mailsack question. If you were armed with any sword of your choosing in a battle to the death, what animals do you like your chances against and which do you not? I mean, there's a lot of them I like my chances against. How aggressive of a predator are we talking here, right? Like little bunny rabbits coming after you?
I'm assuming they
like
are talking
raccoons. I'm assuming we're talking predators.
Yeah. So, like,
once you get to a moose, I think I'm done.
Yeah, moose you could not handle.
Buddy, you couldn't handle an elk.
With a big sword?
You couldn't handle a deer
you
that
just
was
hold it.
starting to grow its antlers.
They just charge at you. Hold the sword out.
No.
What, are they dodging it? They don't know what they're running into.
The minute you whiff is the minute they jump all over you, break your wrist. Now you've dropped the sword.
What
now
do they
you're
call
in their
the,
dojo.
What's the old sport they used to do on the horses?
Jousting.
Jousting.
You just joust with your sword.
But
That's
if
it.
you miss, that miss costs
if
you
they
everything.
miss me, then they're missing the sword. They're missing me. They're
So,
running by me.
Have you ever looked up a
Turn around and
golden
go
eagle? The golden eagle is the bird that is seen in the video dragging like the lifeless deer-looking thing over the cliffs. Have you seen that?
No, I've not.
You've not seen that video?
No.
It's insane. The golden eagle, for example,
Massive, pretty big
a
bird.
7'7" wingspan.
That's pretty big.
And it's got talons bigger than your fingers.
I would hope so.
Look up this video. There's a golden eagle video. It's like a deer of some sort, like some kind of animal that looks like a deer. It's literally holding it by its head, flying over a canyon. It's insane. That bird, no chance. So, like, what's just below that?
Oh, God, this sent me back to Facebook now.
A bald eagle? I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. That's a full-size deer, and it just goes flying.
And it's just
See you
dragging
later, buddy.
You know what it does? It picks it up, and it drops it down the cliff so it kills it and then goes and eats it. It's like calculated murder.
I'm not taking that thing out.
It's nuts.
Well, because that you would miss. Because that thing you'd have to swat at as it's flying
But I
at
think
you.
you are
I need something on the ground.
You're underestimating the ability of like a juvenile antler-growing deer to just scare the crap out of you, even with a sword. I think you think you're more stable.
How long is my
But
sword?
I think if I have a sword, I'm like prepared for it.
Yeah.
Like
How long's your sword?
How long are we talking?
Because
Yeah.
I don't think you can wave a sword as much as you
It
think
says
you
a
can.
sword of your choosing. So how long of a sword are you picking? Because the longer, the heavier. Now,
That's
would
true.
you do you want a lean,
You got
lean
like
fighting
Excalibur
machine?
out there.
Right.
I've seen you try to squat 180 pounds, brother. You ain't waving some 4-foot sword. You need a prison shiv. That's what you need.
Up close personal
Up
fighting.
close personal. Looking him in his eyes
Give
as
this
he
guy a
bleeds
bayonet.
out.
That's all he needs, baby.
Dude, that's all you would be able to use. You with a sword, you'd be like, ugh, and you'd miss, and he'd jump on you.
That's a valid point. Valid argument
It'd
on
be
your part.
over.
My only contention is the jousting angle. You hold that thing forward.
Rabid
you
dog.
run at me.
Dog foaming at the mouth with rabies.
I could take out a rabid dog.
You guys are nuts.
I could take out a rabid dog.
You guys so overestimate. This is
and
you.
I hit Babe Ruth.
Yeah, you
double
hit
down
Babe
it,
Ruth
double in the
as you
gap.
kill a rabid dog.
He's throwing 64 miles an hour.
It's
We
ridiculous.
do faster than that in JV, dude. Get out of here.
That's so ridiculous.
More mail sack, more Sparta TRT mail sack next on the Fam. Came first adapted by the sport in 1974.
Oh, wow.
So it's like,
okay.
I'm sure, yeah, you can go back
What if we found out Babe Ruth was throwing like 61?
Scrap everything from the record books. Anything pre-1950 should get scrubbed from everywhere. Hall of Fame, all of it. Scrub it. Scrub it all.
Except Jackie.
Except Jackie. He counts.
Jackie's
breaking the Cutler Berry deserves to be.
You got to be it.
That's the other part of playing in the 1920s, dude. It's
like,
a bunch
what if we
of fat
found
white
out
guys.
Babe Ruth's fastball was legitimate?
I mean, I know that it wasn't. I just laugh at the idea of like, these guys used to throw 100. No, they didn't. No, they did not. They threw 8,000 innings a year. There's no way they were pumping 98 miles an hour.
Do you remember
without modern workout or tech? Like, there's no chance.
His diet was Coke and hot dogs.
Yes, he just drank beer and ate food all the time. He was a fat ass.
Do you remember the baseball scene in Hook?
Yes.
When he convinces
Run Home Jack.
Yeah, Run Home Jack. When Shmee is pitching, I feel like that's how they all pitched in the 20s. And I'm just like, that
Run
guy.
Home Jack. Run Home Jack.
Like if you go rewatch how Shmee
They're all
pitched,
Shmees back then,
just
dude.
like the wind up, the weird.
It's like you playing back in the day in the basket. You're playing against plumbers. You can take you can take a plumber down on the block.
Look, I will poo-poo.
Give him a dream shake.
The
You don't know what's gonna hit him.
1920s basketball player. I'm gonna have to poo-poo this a little bit. I don't think they would know how to process a Euro step.
Mail sack question as our Sparta TRT mail sack rolls on. Describe your favorite taco. Mine is a street-style carnitas pork, light onion, and cilantro with tomatillo salsa with a kick.
My wife's. Steak.
I like
cilantro,
chicken.
Onion,
I like a little
seasoning she uses for it.
That's how she cooks them. Yeah.
Corn tortilla,
Yeah,
street
that's
taco size.
That's the way she cooks
Yeah,
them.
carne asada, street taco, white onion, cilantro,
Little hot sauce. We're
Yeah.
good. I don't need much more, man.
That's it, huh?
That's all I need.
That's all you need?
Yep.
I'm going to go I was looking for our
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, little hairy. You never want those in there. Little chicken, street taco, probably. Now, I don't make good street tacos, but I like when I buy them. I like street tacos the best. Street taco, chicken, cilantro, onion, and then I'm okay with whatever kind of sauce you want to put in there.
Anything
you can mix up the sauce with me.
Make you not want to eat something more than when you see like the feather hair at the end of a wing. Side note,
quick. That's pretty quick.
When I see that,
Pretty quick turn down.
I kind of just like,
nope.
I'm not in a wing mood anymore.
bird's
I'm
still-
like almost out on the rest of the wings.
They're still clucking.
Yeah, you gave me the cheapest frozen one
Yeah,
possible.
that wasn't
I like a cluckless
properly
bird.
plucked.
Yeah, dude. Crispy skin everywhere. No unplucked feathers. Like, please, can you give that to me? If you do, I'm out. If I see it, I legitimately will not want to eat anymore.
Mail sack, you can only watch one for the rest of your life. Track, human NASCAR or NASCAR. Track does not include field, only the running events.
Wait, okay, so
Human NASCAR or car NASCAR? Do you want to watch people racing or cars racing? You can only watch one for the rest of your life.
I mean, I'm always kind of leaning the human racing element to see how fast people are. And there is a lot to actual car racing. It's not just turn left, car go fast. Like, you got to maneuver. You got to know when to pass.
The Indy 500 had a hell of a finish this week, I saw.
It did.
0.02 second
Closest
finish.
ever, right?
Closest ever.
Do we have the play-by-play cut of that?
I forgot to get that. I said I was going to get it. And
That was
that's
the
on
only
me.
cut I asked for.
Sorry.
Yeah, they paid respects to Kyle Busch this weekend.
Very tragic what happened to him.
Very tragic.
Sepsis, is that the...
Yeah,
so he
pneumonia.
basically
Yeah,
had
severe
pneumonia.
pneumonia turned into sepsis, and
It's a good reminder of, like, go to the doctor, you know? Because it seems
terrifying.
like it could have been preventable, right, as a takeaway
Well,
from the
he
medical
asked
pros.
for medical care when he felt...
He did, but it didn't feel like he fully got... He
Well, 'cause
needed, like, an IV.
I don't know if people really understand like the difference between, oh, I'm not feeling good versus I
This
might
is
be on the
actually
brink
happening.
of something, and
That's fair.
I don't know what the difference there is.
That's fair. That's fair. I would take human racing.
Yeah, like
if I had to
seeing-
watch one, give me the Olympic 100-meter for like whatever. I'll take watching those over watching any NASCAR.
Do you
plus
like
you
this-
got some the relay races can be
Yeah,
fun.
the relay races are cool.
You got the steeplechase
Yeah.
with the water jump and all that nonsense.
I'm probably not watching that one, but the other ones I'll watch.
What's the one lap around? Is that the 15?
No, it's 400.
The 400. I like the 400.
400 one lap all the
It's
way
a
around.
full lap. Like if you can get me at the 100 where it's your sprint, that's pretty special, right? But there is something about it's a little more to get that full lap in that I'm into.
It actually reminds me, and I promise we'll continue the sack in a second. There was something that got openly mocked over the weekend, and it was a runner. So did you know the enhanced games happened this weekend?
The steroid enhanced games brought to you by Peter Thiel.
So it's just
Thiel and Donald Trump Jr.
They were the ones that paid for the enhanced games?
$25 million.
That
They were going to push human capability to the brinks of something we've never seen before.
Then they just I'm trying to pull up the time because I saw it, but it wasn't anything out of this world, was it?
They
In the
only
100-meter?
broke one world record.
It was
of
a
all the
swimming one,
events,
right?
And they already announced they're not going to recognize it.
Well, of course not.
And they found that it was also, I think they studied the time of most of the events, and on average, it was like 0.2 of a second better. It made actually people realize how truly special
The actual athletes are.
non-steroided athletes are.
Yeah, there was a goal. There was somebody had the goal of breaking the running record in the 100 meters, and they ended up running with a time of 9:97, which is fast, but it's not
But it's not like
Usain Bolt's world record 100-meter sprint is a 9.58. So you're almost a half a second behind
people would
it.
speculate that he...
I mean, he might have, sure.
And
I'm sure a lot of them have.
But still, man.
The whole point of this is we're juicing you to the point of, like, you're a dominant athlete, and they still can't come close to it.
Like, do you remember? I still remember one of my best Olympic memories is watching Michael Johnson in the 96.
I'll never forget it.
The gold shoes. I believe they clocked him officially at 26 miles per hour.
Yeah, was that in the 200 or the 100?
I think it was the 100.
Because I think his 200 was...
Was it the 2?
He set a world record in the 200, and that does that still stand? I know the 100 doesn't, but his 200 record...
Might still stand?
Yeah, because I think he might have been going faster coming off that turn.
I think you might be right.
Is there anything steroid? I mean, I don't even know if there's anything steroid related that I would actually want to watch.
Home runs. But
but you got to. But again, you have to be a world class hitter in order to do it, right? So just like your average run of the mill guy taking juice isn't going to make you hit a ball 500 feet. Do you turn your hips? Do you square it up? Do you have good hand eye coordination?
It was the 200. He ran 23, so I don't know why, but I had 26. But he ran 23 miles per hour in the 200. I'll never forget that. That was crazy.
Like if you give me big leaguers on the juice again, I'm not upset about it because it gave us some of the most entertaining years of Major League Baseball. But like run of the mill, like if I started a steroid baseball league with washed up baseball players, you're not watching that.
I also thought
it was like the new banana ball.
Well, Savannah Bananas are selling out.
They are everywhere they go because it's fun and entertaining and they're dancing. And like I still think it's dumb and I wouldn't want to go, but that's, I get why it's a thing that people are entertained by. The steroid stuff, like I remember that being a jokey segment we did and they announced it and I didn't know who was behind it. And
I had forgot it was happening.
I did too. I didn't know it was taking place. Then I saw the headlines out of it this weekend. I'm like, that's dumb. That's they're not even break any records. You got to at least come. You got to announce your presence with authority if you're juicing to that level, and they didn't.
The problem is, it's like fighting. You can get away with this in fighting. That event's too gimmicky.
Yes,
there's something about organized structure or leagues of these events that is like it makes it feel far more validated.
Right.
If you tell me, "Oh, I'm doing the steroid games, we're gonna crush all the records," I'm like, it's gimmicky. If you break the record in the Olympics, or you break a record in sport, baseball, basketball, football, there's something more validating about watching that happen versus this kind of sideshow. It's circus.
Yeah.
Carnival barker type deal, and I don't really care.
It's the yak woman out there.
I mean, a little bit. It's the bearded woman thing. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not for everybody. For some people, it mattered.
She makes a great chili.
I didn't know this was happening. I don't even know what channel you watched this on.
I had no idea.
I just saw a post about how, like, they only broke one world record barely.
Disappointing.
And
man.
it's not even gonna count.
Hey, guys, next, let's dial up the dose. Okay, let's see. Let's take this to the limit. Mail sack question. I went to Hawaii on Memorial Day, learned that when folks swim around 250 yards out from the shore, emergency response folks check on that person and see if they're okay. My question to Swag, when you're swimming around 500 yards out, did anybody check on you to see if you were okay?
No. But I wasn't at a public beach.
Ooh.
You have a private beach in Hawaii?
Well,
he's got his own spot.
There's public, like if you're in Honolulu, right? I mean, there's lifeguards there that are sitting around.
On the Waikiki Strip.
Yeah. But if you're off in,
you're in the North Shore of Oahu.
Sure.
There's just locals.
Right. And big giant waves. I did
Yeah.
not go swimming 500 yards out on the North Shore.
Oh, okay.
That would be foolish.
But you did go 500 yards into the ocean.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm going to go 500 yards into the Mediterranean here in a month. They're swimming with the porpoises.
I mean, it is.
I demand
it's an all-time
out of the Italy trip. Can we get one thing only?
One photo of you.
I want one photo of you swimming out as far as you feel comfortable in a body of water, and Lady Swag taking a photo of you.
We will do that.
And just like, here he is. This is how far out, and then we can do the 1920s mile per hour. let's calculate how far we think it is. We need the conversion rate and 100 meters. What are we talking here?
Yes.
How far out are we?
500 yards. That was just such an insane distance to throw out. You could have said 200, and I might be like, all right, that's pretty far.
That
but
seems like a long
okay.
ways, but all right, maybe.
Whatever.
Yeah, I
you know,
guess.
500 is nuts.
It's like thinking you could hit Babe Ruth. Mail sack question. This is tough, but what is your favorite pizza place in Oregon? We'll close with this one. Side question, have you been to Paddington's in Salem? Because it's great. I have not.
I've been to Paddington's. It is the rivalry of Wallery's down in Salem.
Ooh, we got a pizza beef down there?
That's a hotly contested pizza beef down there. I enjoy both, to be honest.
It's like a Pat's and Gino's thing in Philly with the cheesesteaks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. They serve similar styles.
Okay.
It's the same style of pizza. Their pepperonis do the cup stuff.
Yeah.
You know, the cupped pepperoni. This is a tough question.
I'm going to go with, there's a new one that just opened in the neighborhood that happens to serve the exact kind of pizza that I love. You know me, I'm a big slice.
You're a New York slice.
New York style, big slice,
Yeah.
folded over sandwich. I'm happy as a clam.
Yeah.
There's a place called Dick's that just opened up in the neighborhood that actually replaced a old pizza place that was there and then shut down, and now they're back in a new pizza place.
I
We've
love
been there
when
the last 2 Fridays.
Yeah, I love like a burger place replaces a burger place.
Yeah, because then it's easier. You don't need to change anything out, really.
Yeah, the kitchen just got to, give
There's
it
already
good,
a pizza oven in here.
Well, the funny thing is, Sukanik texted me like a week ago. He was over in my area, and we had a Dairy Queen randomly close.
Those always hurt. I
It's
miss
becoming a
DQs.
Mexican restaurant, but they're not changing anything. They're just changing the sign.
Oh. They got to serve ice cream?
You give me a Blizzard with a burrito, and I'm a happy little boy.
I'm not upset about that.
I'm a happy baby.
I'm a happy little boy.
Swag,
favorite pizza spot? We got to go.
I'm fence sitting. We have too many pizza friends out
There's
there.
too many good ones out there.
I'm sorry. There's
I
too
know.
many good
and
ones.
there's not enough like independent pizza places over in my neck of the woods.
A lot of chains, more
There's
so.
a lot of chains.
Yeah, you got a Schmitza right next to
there's
you.
a Schmitza, there's a Bellagio's. If I'm getting something, I'm partial to Bellagio's in the area.
I like Bellagio's.
We need more pizza places need slices to go.
Yeah.
Is what I concluded this weekend.
Yeah, I'm a big slice to go. Like walking through, just like, I just want to grab it. Can I get a $5 slice? Boom. In and out.
We need more slices to go. Not
Because you
everybody
can
wants
eat
a
it
whole
and walk
pizza.
it, too. You don't even have to sit down.
Yeah.
It's a good food on the go.
Yeah.
There you go. The Sparta TRT mail sack. Whether you're hitting the gym, just trying to survive the workday, don't just watch from the sidelines. Reclaim your edge. Win at the second half of life. SpartaTRT.com. Let's put a bow on the show. And we got Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals tonight. How do we think it goes? We'll wrap it up next. 105.1 FM The Fan.
Just like a dragonfly.
Well, we got one series still going in the NBA. The other one's over. Congrats on the Knicks. First NBA final since 1999. Long time ago. What were you doing in 1999?
Prepping for Y2K.
Getting ready.
Had to get ready for that. You didn't know if that zero was going to do anything to anything.
Chatting on a messenger, letting the honeys know I'm going to be out. Won't be talking to you for a while.
Yeah, 99, I would have been in middle school, so yeah, definitely AIM chatting.
Yeah, AIM chatting was a thing. Swag, 99?
I
walked in and Swag, I said, hey, Swag. He just nonchalant me walking away. Says, I'm old. That's just, you're asking you what you're doing in 1999, reminding me of that pre-show interaction.
No, I was...
I'm assuming that was based on your soccer soreness, is why you said that? Okay.
Yeah.
Now that I have the full picture, it makes more sense.
I was contemplating, my lot in life with my previous...
Still working at the old job, right? 99?
I was working at the old job,
the old finance
Secretly
world.
trying to watch porn as the internet was like...
See if you can get some muffled channels on HBO late at night. Find a way. Shut up. Show me your teeth.
Watching South Park for sure.
1999, man. It's better time.
I remember watching the 99 finals with the Spurs.
I do too.
And them getting to the finals as an 8 seed feels a lot different than this team winning 11 straight by the widest point differential in playoff history. I mean, look, you guys can think I'm wrong on this and you can have a differing take. I continue to have the opinion if OKC wins, I think they win the finals. If the Spurs win, I'm betting the Knicks to win the finals.
I mean, you get great odds, first off. There's the unknown of a young team who's never been there before, right? Like, that's always a thing until you prove it wrong. Where are we at, by the way? Speaking of which, I mean, look, it was always the better series. It's been a better series the entire time. Like, I try and watch as much stuff as humanly possible because I know we're going to talk about it on the show, whether I care about it or not. I didn't go anywhere near Game 4 yesterday. I had no desire to. It's a Sunday. It's the end of or a Monday. Yeah. There's a good hockey game on at the same time. Like, if it's close in the second half, I'll turn it on.
Game 3 sucked, too.
Game 3, and I watched a chunk of Game 3, and I'm like, why am I doing this? Is stupid. The Knicks are clearly going to win this series. Can we get it over with? And thankfully they did. They didn't lengthen it out. Shout out to the Knicks for that.
But Game 4 of this series sucked.
It did, but it was captivating for another reason of damn San Antonio blew them out. After losing Game 3 on their home floor, shut them down.
Yeah.
So for that reason and the fact that we had a tied series, I didn't watch all the way till the end because the game was, I think I was up walking around doing other stuff. Where are we at on this series? OKC's now the favorite in tonight's game back at home, 4.5.
Is Jalen and A.J. Mitchell playing?
A.J. Mitchell is out. Jalen Williams questionable in the latest injury report.
If neither play, I'm taking Spurs.
Neither play.
If we find
what
out
about just J-Dubs playing?
I could see the Thunder winning. Look, it's hard in a 7-gamer. It's much like the regular season. We react to so much, but it's only one game.
San Antonio wins Game 1. Here we go. And then OKC bounces back and wins 2.
We didn't react to Game 3. It happened. We were off the air. Well, then we get a Game 4, and it's a blowout for the Spurs. So we come in, what are we thinking? Well, we're thinking blowout Spurs. Wemby has been the best player in the series.
Yes, he has.
First of all, let's just establish that. That half-court shot he hit as if it was like a running free throw.
I mean, he's essentially the best. He's almost in this postseason becoming the best player in the NBA.
Is this?
I think you could say he is, and I'm totally fine with that.
Is this game the series?
Yes.
Ooh.
I think it is.
You don't see either one winning 2 in a row who loses tonight?
If the Spurs win, I have a hard time seeing them.
You win Game 6 in San Antonio and then come back home for a Game 7?
I mean, Game 7, anything, right? But yeah, I think tonight the winner wins the series.
Interesting.
Do you not agree?
No, this series is kind of like every time I feel like a team has momentum, it zigs and zags on me. Like San Antonio was like, oh my God, they won Game 1 and they didn't have Fox and how, the Thunder are a little banged up and then the Thunder bounce back and win Game 2 and then they take Game 3 and then you're like, okay, well now the champs have kind of established themselves and I know injuries have changed kind of maybe some of the fundamental feeling of the series and then you get San Antonio blowing them. Right when I think OKC's got them kind of by the balls in the series, San Antonio beats them by 20 on their home floor. So I have a hard time getting a feel either way.
82% of the time, the team that wins Game 5 wins
that's
the
a
series.
big clip. I think I'm going Spurs money line tonight.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I think I'm going Spurs money line.
They look. I mean, look, when you don't have J-Dub and A.J. Mitchell out there,
yeah,
they're a really good team. How about we start acting or calling out Chet Holmgren here?
Yep.
he's averaging like 10 points a game.
It's been really bad.
It's one thing for Wemby to dominate you and do really well against you. I get that. Nobody is holding you against that. He's not a factor.
No.
In any way.
No.
So, like, everybody's like, they're going to trade J-Dub. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Maybe Chet's the guy you move. Although Wemby is unique, but Wemby's not going anywhere in the West.
The problem.
That's the other part of it.
And Chet, well, he's a great defensive player. Yeah, he's always going to be the second best one if that guy is healthy.
Hartenstein's been significantly better against Wemby. Not that he's doing a ton, but he's a bigger body.
Because Wemby's more physical than Chet.
It's more physical.
He wants it.
I thought there was actually a good point by Draymond, which I don't say very often. I saw a clip of his thing where he was talking about Wemby having to learn that this is just the way that the world's going to work for you. And he went through kind of the stuff with Steph when he started breaking through. Well, essentially, like, he complains a lot about getting grabbed and people being physical with him.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, dude, this is the way it's going to go. Yes. Like, in the playoff, like, and he used Steph as the example early in his career and coming off those screens and guys grabbing him and pinching him and doing everything. And eventually, Steph figured out how to work around it and get his shots up and kind of evolve his game.
Oh, yeah.
And there's been moments where Wemby seems... Not a ton of them, but he seems a little like, hot and bothered, and he's getting emotional, and it's like, dude, this is just, what do you think they're going to, you're 7'5". Like, how do you think they're going to that's the only answer to stop you, is to be overly physical, and we all know this time of year, you fouling on every play. You're not calling a foul on every play. You're going to get a lot of whistles, but not every single one of them, and so be as physical as you can be.
I think the scary thing is just how does his offensive game develop and grow.
It's terrifying.
Well, it is terrifying because he took a step this offseason. He went and trained with Shaolin monks, and then he also got footwork instruction from Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah.
So, like...
Hakeem should be banned from working with
who does he work with next? Yeah. Dirk? On the one-step fadeaway when he shoots the ball 9 feet above everybody?
Just start doing Kareem skyhooks, yeah.
I mean, seriously,
I would call Kareem.
If he got a skyhook, nobody could stop him.
Yeah, you just practice it all summer.
Because if you watched Kareem Kareem would go 15 feet out on the baseline and still shoot that.
Yep.
Because guys are going to get physical and push him out of the paint. But if he can develop the skyhook out to 15 feet, now it doesn't matter.
I mean, this is such a unique player in the league's history where we're in the same conference and OKC is still a wagon. I don't expect them to fall off if they lose the series. I think they tweak, and they're right back in the conversation here. But when we're talking about it from our vantage point, this is the most defeated it's felt in how long?
Quite a while.
It's one thing to not be the best team.
Warriors.
KD Warriors probably, right?
But they didn't have an absolute unicorn that was 20 years old that was as good as...
The staying power wasn't the same as this is this guy's first run at this whole thing, and
it already looks easy.
Win the chip.
It already looks easy.
I mean, we talk about Duncan won a title in 99, his second season.
Yeah.
And that was a unique circumstance of he had a veteran like David Robinson with him. This guy's veteran is Harrison Barnes.
Or De'Aaron Fox.
Who had one playoff appearance prior to this year.
Right.
So if he does this with Harper and Castle, it's very terrifying to know that they could potentially win tonight, hoist the trophy in his first go-around of this. He's learning everything on the fly.
Yep, and it pains me to do it, but I think I'm going to bet Spurs money line tonight. By the way, can we shout out the horny camera guy in San Antonio?
You guys...
Oh, I saw it.
Yeah.
He did it in Game 3, too.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't just Game 4.
The funny thing is...
He treated us to a gift in Game 3.
We were at the beach house.
the same people sitting behind Coach
same
Johnson?
I believe so. They knew what they were doing. They
The
capitalized
Notice Me trio?
Yeah.
We get a horny guy in OKC tonight. We get a horn dog scanning that camera around the arena.
We noticed it at the beach house. We're like, oh, hello.
Oh, you're zooming in there. That's
Yeah.
that ain't Mitchell
Everybody
Johnson,
in
buddy.
OKC wears the T-shirts.
That is true.
Yeah, they're boring in
That is
OKC.
true.
Yeah.
A little more prude.
Your neighborhood.
San Antonio's a fiesta.
Your neighborhood. Charles Barkley had to walk some stuff back after that one. Your neighborhood restaurant group brings the fan poll question on X every day dinner tonight at one of their 5 locations: San Diego's, Biggs Chicken, Reverend's Barbecue, 808 Hawaiian, and Lower Horse Market Steakhouse.
What's the question?
Who did you want to be the next Blazers head coach of your 3 options? Jeff Van Gundy, Micah Nori, or Tiago Splitter? Micah Nori won. Take the unknown over the known, I guess. 38.2%. Jeff Van Gundy second, 32.7%. And then Tiago. Evidently, our fan base is also very, very mean to Tiago Splitter. He will never forgive us. Only 29.1% of you voting for Tiago. There you go. Good little show. Is it over tonight in Vegas?
Yeah. McKinnon's banged up.
McCarr down.
3-0. How shocked are you right now?
Genuinely shocked.
A
Genuinely shocked. Vegas, I mean, to Swag's point, Torts came in at the end of Vegas was just like, yeah, I mean, they're fine.
They were scuffling around. They were,
They can't lose. They're pulling everybody out.
Until they faced the Fighting
They were up
Dundons.
3. Colorado jumped out on them 3-0 in Vegas in the first period.
They had one of the most dominant regular seasons in NHL
and they're not
history.
even going to make the Stanley Cup final.
I'm going to scratch in the conference finals.
That's why we love hockey, baby. That'll do it for us. Good little show. If you missed it, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com, at Dirt and Sprague, at 1051thefan on Twitter. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Thanks for being a part of our Tuesday. We will talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. The Firm, Harris Meringue is next. Listen to 1051 FM The Fan.